It's a beautiful day for pickleball on the APP Tour. Players have come from around the country with one goal, taking home a gold medal. The stage is set for another incredible APP Tour final.
Here we go. Here we go.
Welcome to the Sunshine State, stop number 1 of the 2024 APP Tour. The year is young and pickleball players from around the country have flown south this winter, resolutions and paddles in tow, as they begin their quest to prove they are the best of the best. Let's get this party started with the 2024 APP Punta Gorda Open. Here we are coming to you live from the APP Punta Gorda Open in Punta Gorda, Florida. The Pickaplex has been the home for this first stop of the 2024 APP Tour, and a wonderful home it has been, as we have a championship Sunday slate for you that you will not want to miss. There's our first match getting ready to go, but before we get into that, let's talk about everything it has taken to get to this point. More than 1,100 participants making their way down here to Florida, 555 pro entries, and 50 of 60 APP top pros are here in the field. 19 gold medalists from 2023 trying to make sure they start the new year off the right way, as are we. Welcome into the broadcast booth. I'm AJ McCord alongside Next Gen National Team Coach Chad Edwards, Pro Pickleball Coach Dominic Catalano. It has been so fun, you guys, to start this 2024 year off with the first stop of the APP Tour. Now Florida is doing what we are prescribed, what we were told she's going to do in January. Sunny out here, but it didn't start that way. Players had to work through a lot this week.
Yeah, welcome to winter in Florida. 4 seasons in one day. Thursday we had rain. Yep. Friday, rain, pushed the draws back 6-7 hours. Sun's out, but so is the wind.
Yep.
And the conditions have been challenging, to say the least. So what we've had to see is which players are able to make those adjustments the quickest. And we always talk about the conditions and how difficult it is. And we've had to do so much of it this week.
And I live 45 minutes north of here. Chad lives 45 minutes south of here. And what we like to say right now is Florida's broken because it's cold here for us right now.
This week, year.
It's been cold every year, but we're used to it. We know it's going to come. And like you said, you get 4 seasons in one day. It's going to warm up later on this afternoon, but it is windy, so that's going to come into factor for a lot of these players today.
So the players have already had to make some adjustments to the conditions on the court. Also, having to make some adjustments to some new rules here on the APP Tour in 2024. Here's an update for you. So all pro draws are now single elimination. In singles, it's still a best 2 out of 3, but it is rally scoring to 15. You must win on a serve. In doubles, still best 2 out of 3 to 11. And then this is a big one for these players who are trying to start 2024 off, make their pickleball career their profession. We're up in the prize money in 2024. $100,000 worth of purses in regular events, $150,000 worth of purses in majors. So, Chad, when you look at all those changes for 2024, what stands out to you?
Well, not only with the increase of prize money, but it's the introduction of the rally scoring to singles. Whenever the format changes to that rally scoring, every single point matters. Missed serves, missed returns. You can't have, and we saw so many matches, 16, 14, 15, 13. We had a couple of matches where players were up 14-7, 13-8, and ended up losing that because the momentum can shift so quickly with rally scoring.
Go back to that first graphic we showed with 555 pro entries into this draw. Reason being is because of what we saw with the purses, $100,000 for regular events, $150,000 for the others, the majors. And what that does is we pay out deeper now. And so you're getting some of those 4th and 5th place finishers. that would be a payday for winning a tournament 2-3 years ago.
Yeah.
Now you're getting that in that spot, and so there's a lot more on the line. And then, like you talked about, Chad, the rally scoring, it's a big difference here. Players have to make those adjustments, but it's here to stay. So, hey, you got to get used to it, and it's keep that pedal to the metal. Don't let anyone back in.
And certainly it comes back to what you both are talking about, which is playing clean, playing mistake-free pickleball. One woman who did that to a T in singles was Megan Fudge. She is ready to try and bring home a gold medal in this first tournament of 2024.
Yeah, Megan Fudge played super clean the other day in singles. She was tested a little bit in the semifinal, but again, it's about playing clean. It's about limiting your unforced errors, and that's exactly what Megan Fudge did to earn her ticket here to Championship Sunday against Judith Castillo.
Yeah, she's going up against the 2-seed Judith Castillo. Fudge and Castillo met a couple of times in 2023. Castillo took the gold in Sacramento. Fudge took the gold in Atlanta. Castillo was tested. She had a couple of those 15, 13, 16, 14 games throughout the day on Thursday. So with the conditions and going up against Fudge, she's really going to have to make some adjustments, and we'll see how fierce this battle is going to be here today.
And on the men's side of the singles bracket, we have Hunter Johnson. He finished 2023 with a gold. Would love nothing more than to start 2024 right where he left off.
Hunter Johnson capped off 2023 with a gold in singles in Chicago against Chris Hayworth. Played exceptionally well on Thursday. Was pushed to 3 games by Jack Foster in the semifinals. So he's going to have to come out and really use the conditions to his advantage today.
So a rematch of the indoor championships in Chicago. Hunter Johnson, Chris Hayworth. Chris Hayworth making a paddle change from 2023 to 2024, going from a more powerful paddle to a more control paddle. I talked to him about that on Thursday. He said it gives him obviously some more control and more shape on the ball and is able to stay in points a little longer. So look for that change for Chris Hayworth here on Sunday.
In mixed doubles, you've seen them plenty of times, but in 2024, they're working together. Megan Fudge, Andre Diescu competing for a gold on this Championship Sunday.
So just like any new partnerships, there's going to be some hiccups along the way. They didn't have many, but there was a couple against Johnson Cola and Alex Chung. They figured out, won that one in 2. Then they dropped game 1 to Susanna Barr and Rob Nunnery in the semifinal, but figured out, win games 2 and 3, and are sitting pretty here on Championship Sunday.
And they're going up against Georgia Johnson and Yates Johnson. Same last name, no relation, however. Yates actually lost his partner in Vivian Glusman a couple of days before the tournament. She was unable to play. Picked up Georgia Johnson. And I would say that was a pretty good pickup right there. Johnson playing exceptionally well as far as, well, I could say Johnson and talk about both of them. Both have power. Both have that shape factor where that really puts a lot of pressure on it. So we'll see if they can come out on top of Fudge and Diescu. And it's not the first time that we're going to see Georgia Johnson today.
Exactly. Georgia Johnson punching her ticket to not 1, but 2 gold medal matches here on this Championship Sunday in women's doubles. Georgia partnering up with Paris Todd, and they are going to play for a gold medal.
Yeah, it was interesting pairing right there, Georgia Johnson and Paris Todd. Again, having a little bit of an issue with the middle part of the court a couple times that we saw yesterday, but figured it out. Moving on here to Championship Sunday, I like this pairing, and I really like the pairing with Paris Todd. Georgia Johnson sets her up beautifully. I like it, and they're going to be a tough matchup for Rain and Oshiro.
Yeah, they're going up against the 5th seed, Bobby Oshiro and Millie Rain. Rain and Oshiro knocking out Susanna Barr and Megan Fudge in the semifinals to get here. They have surprising power. One thing that Johnson and Todd are going to have to look for is those sneaky speed ups. And you want to talk about an athlete on the court. Bobby Oshiro doesn't have the size, but she has the build and the power in that athletic body.
And last but certainly not least, men's doubles. Andre Diescu and Rob Nunnery had 8 gold medals in 2023. They're going to make their campaign start here to try and up that number.
Yeah, we certainly saw Diescu and Nunnery plenty of times on Championship Sunday in 2023. Here today, however, they're Nunnery is suffering from a little bit of a knee injury, wasn't able to move the best yesterday, so we'll see if Diescu is able to make up for that and cover a large percentage of the court.
And their opponent, CJ Klinger and Will Howes, the 6th seed, putting the draw in check, making it through clean. They're going to be a tough matchup for Diescu and Nunnery. The biggest key here is, can they make Rob Nunnery move? The other teams that they played against yesterday did not make Diescu and Nunnery move enough. Will Howes and CJ Klinger have that inside of them. This is going to be a tough matchup for Diescu and Nunnery.
So a whole lot of fun scheduled to come your way on this championship Sunday from Punta Gorda, Florida, where, as you can see, the temperature 54 degrees, a little bit of a wind coming through on our flags here at Championship Court. It's going to be something for these players to contend with as they begin their 2024, hopefully off to the right start, bringing home a gold medal. Coming up first, we've got our women's singles matchup. Megan Fudge and Judith Castillo are getting ready, getting warm, and they're going to start playing when we return to Punta Gorda.
Years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped, suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
My name is Chef Jamoke Jackson. I'm here with Vlasic Pickles, and I'm putting the pickle back in pickleball. In pickleball, a chop is a slice from high to low to put a backspin on the pickleball. I'm chopping up Vlasic Pickles to make this sweet and savory chopped pickle salad. Feta cheese, Kalamata olives, olive oil, red wine vinegar, lemon juice, sugar, black pepper, toss to mix. Sweet, heat, and full of flavor.
The APP is sponsored by AARP, healthy and active at any age. PowerPlate, precision wave technology for every body. And Tervis.
We are getting you set for a women's singles gold medal match. Judith Castillo taking on Megan Fudge. Megan Fudge is looking for her first gold medal in women's singles and on a mission. Takes the best 2 out of 3 games to 11 to put us into a championship tiebreaker. Judith Castillo just firing on all cylinders here in this championship tiebreaker.
Megan Fudge looked like she was in some trouble, but now right back in this game.
Oh, she got there.
Out of the reach of Judith Castillo.
Unbelievable point, and the script has flipped.
Championship point is on the paddle of Megan Fudge at 1 point, 10-3, and has clawed her way all the way back. And Megan Fudge is your women's singles gold medalist.
The confidence and having my team here, my family here, my mom's here from Germany, so it's just a special place.
A special moment indeed on the 2023 APP Tour. And look at this resume Fudge is bringing into this women's singles gold medal match. 8 gold medal match appearances. She got 2 golds, 6 silvers, and 2 bronze. And you just saw her win that gold against Castillo in Atlanta. Earlier in the year, it was Castillo who walked away from a gold medal but in the matchup between the two of them. But Fudge had to withdraw from that matchup. So certainly Castillo more than ready to try and even the score here against Megan Fudge. Yuta Castillo with the serve to get us started. Castillo with a strong start there. Let's talk a little bit more about Castillo. Castillo, originally from Teruel in Spain, but now calls Louisiana home, 25 years old, and played her college tennis at Northwestern State. She trains with Todd Walker, former Major League Baseball player, and we're going to talk a lot more about the mental coaching that she gets from Walker. And again, Castillo starting off this singles match strong. Let's get a look at Megan Fudge. She calls Bel Air, Florida home, but originally from Germany, which is why it was so special to have her family in stands for that gold medal. Played her collegiate tennis at Illinois, 27 total APP medals in 2023. Castillo up 2-0 here in game number 1.
Just a little too big of a swing there on that last forehand. But one thing you notice is the touch and the control on Castillo's volleys early on here. She's pushing that ball back deep to Fudge, and then she's got that little touch volley in short.
1-2 the score for Fudge's serve.
Good read there from Castillo. She stays home on the overhead from Fudge. Fudge tries to go behind her, but Chad, you talk about the touch. She has a paddle change. She went from the Selkirk Power Air to the Selkirk Control Vanguard. So that touch is going to be a little better now for Castillo, especially here in singles.
Strong angle taken there on the overhead from Megan Fudge, and as you can see, getting used to this rally scoring, because really quickly we're going back and forth here with the points. Fudge now trailing just by 1. Two, three the score for Fudge's serve. Great change of court there by Megan Fudge.
So Fudge using the wind right there. She cuts that ball to that sideline, and the wind's in her face, so it's going to knock that ball down. Castillo's got to remember that the wind's behind her, that she's got to get up on every ball. If she doesn't, the ball's going to die on her.
That time, Fudge pushing it just a little wide.
Yeah, good pressure there from Castillo coming up behind that return. Fudge went for the passing shot cross court, but pulled it.
4-3.
Oh, good read from Fudge. As she looks back thinking that ball might have gone out. It could have, because the wind is behind Castillo right there.
But instead, she tries to play it into the net, so it's 5-3 Castillo with the lead. Take a little look here. You can see the wind consistent, more or less. Playing a factor here on championship court, certainly.
Well, it's the combination of not only the wind, but the colder temperature. The ball is playing a lot harder right now, so definitely multiple factors to adjust to.
Nice job there. Castillo staying down the sideline, forcing a quick side out. I did see both the women warming up here on championship court as we take another look here at how Castillo got that last point. So both of them getting warmed up, getting used to the conditions specifically on championship court.
We see that last ball by Fudge. She hits a two-handed backhand, which should be a lot harder than it was, but it gets held up in the wind. Castillo just sitting on it. All she has to do is punch that down.
Yep. Big serve there by Castillo. Working on her biggest lead so far of this first game to 15. Up 7-4.
7-4.
That ball just floated on a big gust of wind. You could hear it in the microphones right as Castillo was about to make contact.
5-7. Fault.
So too soon.
Yeah, she served too early. Referee was not done calling the score. A rare mistake right there for Megan Fudge. She's usually very calm and will wait and take her time. She almost rushed that. Not almost, she did rush that.
So it'll be a side out here, and Castillo again with a 3-point lead.
Yeah, Castillo pumping herself up right there. Looked like that volley was going to go deep, but dropped just on the baseline.
Castillo quickly being aggressive coming up to the kitchen line.
It's just such a good backhand volley right there, Chad. Chad's, wish we had the camera on you right there. You were perfect. You were textbook with your explanation.
It was solid. Paddle followed through.
Right?
Slid through the court.
Great spot there from Fudge as she finds the sideline to get herself a point and ball back on her side.
She sets that up nicely. She goes to the backhand side first. If Castillo right there pulls her just enough to open up some space down the sideline.
That ball called deep by our referees.
We had two referees call that ball out.
We do have officials watching every line here on Championship Sunday. So it's Judith Castillo with an 11-6 lead here in game number 1.
11. 11-6.
It's a great, again, another backhand volley. I mean, right now, if we cut some of these backhand volleys, we can get Judith Castillo a video on how to do it right now because, I mean, she's textbook right now, Chad, looking so good with these.
That's an excellent volley there from Fudge as well. Castillo's
nice
off the court.
Yeah. Castillo doing a good job of tap dancing around the chair and water bottles over there to. She was racing.
Take another
great
look
spot.
at that. That cut on it actually pushes that ball away from Castillo.
Wind picking up now.
That's
another one.
Ridiculous.
Add it to the video. Add it to the video. She is just beautiful with that backhand.
You know, we always talk about the transition of tennis players into pickleball and how it's an easier transition with singles. Those volleys you're not going to see as often in doubles because it's that step-in stab volley on the move right there, whereas doubles were a little bit more squared up.
Well, how
Great
is she
change of direction there by Castillo.
How is she setting it up? What she's doing, she's hitting a very low cut return, and she's baiting Fudge into speeding the ball up into the wind, right? And so she's getting the opportunity to hit these backhand and forehand volleys.
So it's a game point opportunity here for Judith Castillo.
Yeah, that's a better ball there from Fudge. You know, like you talked about, Dom, Fudge is hitting into the wind right now, so the ball's just hanging up. That one, she adds a little bit more roll, a little bit more shake, gets it below the net. Now it takes away that slice volley, you have to try to brush up on it, give it a little bit more topspin.
Castillo sailing that forehand long.
And Chad, this is what we talked about in the Open. Yuta Castillo had one opportunity there at 14-7,
Seven.
right? Now, because she cannot win it unless she has the serve and ball in hand, now this is the opportunity for Fudge to come back. We've seen it a lot.
Just that sitting forehand after a good volley there. Fudge was having to lunge for it, but throwing it up in the air like that, anything can happen with the wind. Don't look now, but
Megan Fudge.
4-point run.
We've been talking about this all weekend so far
We've
with
seen
singles.
We've seen it.
Yeah. And again, no timeout. This is my issue. You have timeouts. You do not get a refund for them. Use them. And you have Fudge on a 4-0 run.
And look at the way we see Fudge being the aggressor there on the kitchen line, and she's clawed her way all the way back at one point, doubled up in the score, now trailing by 2.
Well, I'm going to go back to Atlanta. Castillo was up 10-3 in the championship tiebreaker. And Fudge ended up coming back, taking it 15-13. And granted, it was regular scoring, but here with rally scoring, that gap closes even faster. Now, 1-point deficit.
Castillo calling a timeout.
And my issue right here, it is a timeout. Yeah, she's trying to slow the momentum. This is about 3 to 4 points late.
Yeah.
As soon as Fudge gets into double digits at 10, boom, timeout, call it.
Yep.
Freezer. It's cold out. You know, make her cold.
Freezer, force her to put that jacket back on.
Right.
So Yuta Castillo up at 1 point, 14-7. She had the first game on her paddle, but Megan Fudge, one of the best in women's singles for a reason, clawed her way back all the way to a 14-13 score, trailing just by 1 here in this first game to 15. Take a look at the players here, getting some snacks. Castillo wiping off her hands, her face, and this is a really important moment. Obviously, the timeout happening, being called by Castillo, and we talked about Todd Walker and how he's been sort of helping mentor Castillo, and one of the ways that he was doing that is through the mental side of the game as she works to become a professional pickleball player in earnest. What do you think is the biggest thing that she's learning from Walker? Oh, excuse me. Back in action here.
Right after this point, AJ.
14-13. 13-14, Fudge with the serve.
So on the mental side of things is where he's been her asset, right? And Chad and I had a nice long conversation with him in Texas about how he's helping her. It's not the physical side of things, it's the mental side of things that he's really helped her with.
She's going to need all of that right now. Another game point opportunity. And she gets it done. Cross-court forehand for the win. Yuta Castillo takes game 1.
Castillo tight roping there along the kitchen line. Somehow getting a paddle on a couple of those passing shots from Fudge. Kept that point alive, kept the ball in play. Gets that final ball.
Well, there's a couple opportunities in that point. I thought Fudge was going to even that up at 14. There's one of them right there. Castillo knocks that one down. But again, she finally gets that forehand volley, is able to create some angle to that and finish it off.
So we got a break here between games 1 and 2. Castillo taking game 1, game 2 when we return to Punta Gorda.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the AP.
Take a look at our AARP match spotlight. Shout out to Sue Johnston and Scott Moore, the winners of the AARP Masters Division Mixed Doubles, taking home a gold medal here from Punta Gorda.
Well, Sue Johnston wearing that sock hat out there. Love it.
They are two of our winners, but far from the only ones. Take a look at everyone else who's walking away from Punta Gorda with a medal. And don't look now. Lee Whitwell over there with Jaime on scenes in the champion mixed doubles division.
First event, first goal.
No big deal. Shout out to Lee Whitwell. Everyone else walking away with gold medals.
Get after it, Lee Whitwell.
0-0.
Back here on championship court, women's singles gold medal matchup underway. Judith Castillo taking game one. Game two starts right now.
Wow, that's going to be the difference maker, Chad, for me, is if Castillo can hit those drives and keep them low and create some shape into the wind, right?
Well, she didn't have that shape on the ball hitting with the wind in game one,
1-0.
but she's definitely capable of it. Fudge is going to have to look to get that ball a little bit deeper. Wow, what about the hands from Castillo right there? Somehow it gets the ball back on the run. It was a good ball from Fudge into the body.
Castillo feeling it right now.
Zero.
That's a good volley there from Fudge. We saw the same volley from Castillo with the wind. Those are the types of volleys Fudge is going to need here, pushing that ball through the court, keeping Castillo deep.
That ball just a little bit wide off the paddle of Fudge. So it's 3-1 Castillo with the same lead that she had in game one at this point. Fudge getting a little help from the net, and immediately saying, not how I meant to do it, but I'm certainly not going to take it back. Another look here.
2-3.
Castillo up to the kitchen line, cross court for the winner.
So the setup for Castillo is she gets the first volley and she goes flat with it, and she forces Fudge to a sideline, and then she goes sharp angle. She's setting it up nicely, not trying to do too much with the first one, but finishing with the second volley.
Another good passing shot there for Castillo with the shape and with the roll. Fudge able to get a paddle on it, but because of that dip, it opens the paddle face up. Wind pushes that ball just a little bit deeper.
5-2.
5-2 lead here for Castillo. Castillo just painting the sidelines. Forehand, cross court for a winner.
She's got it dialed in on both sides now, and you think almost that there's going to be an adjustment kind of period at the beginning of the second game for both players, changing from into the wind to with the wind at your back, but Castillo seems to be making the adjustment nicely here.
That two-hand backhand into the net from Fudge. So a 5-point lead here for Castillo.
And again, kind of surprising on the flip side here now for Megan Fudge, no timeout.
7-2.
Much better job there from Fudge. She was stepping inside the baseline, taking away the timing of Castillo and pushing her further and further back behind the baseline. Steps up. Good solid volley there.
That ball, a little bit long.
What do I like what you were talking about, Chad, 2 points ago when Fudge set that point up? She stayed to the middle with the ball and didn't allow Castillo too much of an angle from a sideline. I'd like to see her keep that ball in the middle now. We talk about that in singles, right? Instead of going to the sidelines, which a lot of people want to do, you open up yourself, your suspect, to getting crossed with a cross-court winner.
Great spot there, Fudge finding the inside of the baseline.
Yeah, well, with that, you're talking about those balls to the sideline. You now have to shade down the line because you don't have as much reaction time there, so it does open up the court for that cross-court roll.
Castillo reading that, it looks like, from Fudge, trying to get cross-court, but not enough.
Oh, she just, she took the, I think she took
a logo off there.
She took out Tervis off the court.
Or maybe just the E.
Now it's just a Tervis.
Just the E there. So a timeout called here on the court. Judith Castillo up 8-6 here in this second game. We'll take a timeout with them.
"18 years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped. Suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
Welcome back. The Tervis hydration break happening just after Judith Castillo hit the Tervis logo. Are you okay?
I'm good. Good. Got a bit of ice.
Got a bit of ice.
Got a bit of ice.
Been in your water bottle for a minute. There's ice still in there.
I'm not drinking
so
mine
Tervis
right now.
hydration break. We never come to a tournament without ours. Definitely keeps us hydrated, whether it's hot or cold. So shout out to Tervis for the great water bottles coming in here. Timeout on the court. We'll take another timeout with them, and then we'll pick it up the action in game number 2.
6-8.
Welcome back to game number 2. Megan Fudge with the serve, trailing by 2.
Oh, what a passing shot there from Judith Castillo. Looked like Fudge was in control of that point. Castillo on the run, forehand, flat down the line. Beautifully done. Slow the momentum of Megan Fudge.
9-6.
Just pulled it wide. Wind is kind of, it is behind Fudge, but it's also blowing left to right. Right to left on your screen.
That's good setup right there from Megan Fudge. She doubles up on the forehand side of Yuta Castillo. Castillo thinking she's going to go forehand, backhand.
7, 10.
Now Fudge needs to put a few together here.
Ooh.
Starts with a beautifully placed ball right there.
Good shape on that one. Really came underneath it. Big acceleration through, and you saw how quickly that ball dipped. Oh, just wide.
Just barely missing wide is Castillo as she does a great job to get to that ball. Tries to go cross court, just misses the sideline. So Megan Fudge now with an opportunity to tie things up. Take another look.
Fudge going for a little bit more these last few points. Big serve, big third.
That time the ball just...
It almost looked like Fudge lost track of where she was. Almost, I think she thought she was closer to the sideline right there because letting that ball drop, I think she can take that ball out of the air.
So it'll be a point inside out for Yuta Castillo.
That's a huge stop, like you said right there. Nice stop there for Castillo, AJ, because that was a nice little run by Fudge to get back within one at the moment. A little 3-0 run by her.
Fudge just painting Castillo's sidelines, making her run back and forth, finally finding her spot out of the reach of Castillo's paddle.
I mean, I'm out of breath just watching that right there. I may have been holding my breath through that point.
Gotta breathe after every shot. Remember, gotta breathe. Hit and breathe.
Fudge with an opportunity to tie things up here.
That's a good spot by Megan Fudge, setting up that backhand right there, but an even better counter from Castillo back down that line.
Well, and that's one thing with rally scoring too, is when you get that 3-4 point lead, then in reality, all you need to do is play side out pickleball. Fudge had that run to bring it back within one.
Again, Megan Fudge, that time two-handed backhand. Finds a little corner right outside the kitchen line, but in the sideline.
Fudge needs this 2-3 point run now to try to give herself some space on the other side from Castillo. Tough if she goes side out pickleball. There it is.
Megan Fudge in a rhythm now, tying things up at 12.
And again, nice firepower, and like you mentioned, Chad, a little bit, going for a little more here to get back in this is Megan Fudge. Not leaving anything in the tank here to question.
Again, some authority, some pepper on those little forehands from Fudge.
Well, big serve created that short return that just held up in the wind. Big step up there. And Fudge taking the lead.
Yeah, it looked like there was a huge shift in momentum. Castillo looking like she's going to pull away, and Megan Fudge answers.
Megan Fudge with a great time for her to have her very first lead in this match. Yuta Castillo led all of game one before she ended up winning 15-13. And then Castillo has led up until this point because Megan Fudge, not someone to ever count out of a game. Take a look here at how Megan Fudge has gotten herself back into game two.
Again, she's playing aggressive. Chad called it. Said she's not holding anything back here. She's starting to go for more. Watch the angle here on that winner. Now she's taking a lead here on Castillo. Castillo almost a little shocked. She's shell-shocked here.
13-12.
This is one of the things, though, that makes Megan Fudge so good, especially in women's singles.
Oh,
The shape by Castillo on that ball.
that ball was just deep enough from Castillo and held up in the wind long enough that Fudge really wasn't able to get the angle and the power out of it. Castillo stepping over, just painting the sideline.
13-13.
Now it's Castillo. Ball back on her side. Tie game.
Doubles up down the forehand side there for Fudge.
And with the rally scoring at 13-13, that point is enormous.
Massive.
13.
Because it's a game point opportunity now for Megan Fudge.
Oh, it died.
Side out.
Threw a timing
20,
off.
14.
It just stalled right there. There was no continuation of the depth.
14.
And so
14.
now what happens, they're not frozen on 14-14. Whoever gets this point does get a point, and then they will serve for the game or match.
Side out.
Castillo
50.
can't believe that ball dropped the way it did. And now another game point opportunity here for Megan Fudge because, like you mentioned, Dom, not frozen. So it's 15-14.
50.
Fudge with the lead,
ball.
the ball, the opportunity to win the game.
40.
But Castillo hanging in there.
20.
Bring us back to a tie.
I thought Fudge was in control from the serve. Her serve was huge. Pushed Castillo back. Castillo bails herself out.
Castillo, don't look now, but she will not go quietly.
Well, and that was a very good time to take a little bit of pace off it and add that drop there. She had the last few points she tried to hit a little too hard into the wind. She wasn't allowing the wind to add its shape.
Match point here for you to Castillo. Just can't get the ball over the net.
This is one of the good parts and awesome parts about rally scoring.
We talked
here.
about 15, 13, 16, 14. We're at least guaranteed 18, 16.
At least.
Side out. Point. 17.
Each woman has had now 2 chances to end this game. For Judith Castillo, this is her second opportunity
17,
to end the match, win her first gold medal of 2024. Can she do it?
Change of pace.
Again, it's that ball that stalls. Yep.
Yes, she can. Judith Castillo wins the first women's singles gold medal of 2024. And look at that smile.
Absolutely unbelievable, Chad. We pointed it out right there. She changed the pace of the return. She hit a really low cut return, and it forced Fudge to try and do something with it. Castillo gets the forehand she wants and punches it down for the winner.
We're going to hear from Judith Castillo and Megan Fudge when we come back to Punta Gorda.
Nothing brings us together like Eggland's best eggs. We love the taste, always so fresh and delicious, plus superior nutrition. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best.
Back here in Punta Gorda's championship point, Yuta Castillo coming out on top, Chad.
Well, and we saw a couple of times that ball that checked up, it kind of just stalls in the wind. This is what happens here, and it throws off the timing of Fudge. Doesn't get enough power down the line and creates that angle. And it's the first gold medal for Yuta Castillo in 2024. We're going to throw it down to AJ McCord, who's courtside.
Welcome down to Championship Court. A great way to get Championship Sunday started here at the APP Punta Gorda Open. Thank you to everybody coming out here, braving a little bit of chill here on this Sunday morning. Let's give it up for these two ladies, Yuta Castillo, Megan Fudge. All right, we're going to get to our gold medalist, Yuta Castillo, in just a minute. But Megan, I want to start with you. First tournament of 2024. I know that you are somebody who always wants to get better at your game. What was your biggest goal coming into this tournament?
Well, first of all, I was just happy to play singles. That wasn't really necessarily the idea initially on Monday. On Tuesday, we decided to play singles. So it was fun to be back out here. Obviously, I've got things to work on. Great playing to Judith. I know she's been working really hard on her singles and obviously paying off. Tough conditions out here, but it was a really fun match, and thank you for everybody coming out.
To go from not playing to a silver medal, congratulations, Megan.
Thank you so much.
All right, and now let's turn our attention to our very first women's singles gold medalist on the APP Tour of 2024. And Judith, for you, I know this gold medal means so much. We talked last year about how you were going to give this everything you've got. What does it mean to start 2024 out with a gold?
I mean, it's obviously a goal that you have being able to win a tournament, not necessarily the first one, just any. Playing against Megan is always tough, and tough conditions here today, so kudos to her. It's really good to have her back in singles, so hopefully we have many more matches against.
You had such a moment in that first game where you had to dig deep after this one came all the way back to put you on your toes. How did you draw from the depths there to make sure you got that game?
Well, this is a comeback to Atlanta. You know, Megan, we played the final there. She came back all the way. She won the gold medal in a really tough match, and I just didn't want to go through that again. I'm like, okay, I need to change something. So I tried to be more aggressive, and I'm glad that it worked out.
You know you have a lot of family watching you back home in Spain. Anything you want to say to them?
Can I say it in Spanish?
Absolutely.
Gracias, papás, tetes, tata, por ver el partido. Esto va para vosotros.
Congratulations, Judith. Gold medalist here on the 2024 APP Tour at Punta Gorda in women's singles.
And there's Yuta Castillo, your first gold medalist of 2024. Chad, what was her biggest difference maker for Yuta against Megan in this first gold medal match?
Well, like we said, it went back to Atlanta, where she had that big lead, and then Fudge came back and took it away and took the gold. Castillo stayed strong. She changed speed, she changed shape, and she really made her adjustments.
Well, Yuta Castillo, your women's pro singles champion here in Punta Gorda. We'll take a break. Be back next here on Championship Court at the APP Punta Gorda Open.
Need to sell tickets for an event? From Sports Illustrated's official ticketing platform, introducing Box Office. Manage ticketing for sports, festivals, fundraisers, and more, paid or free. And we go beyond the barcode. Introducing Super Ticket. Super Tickets are secured by blockchain technology and transform into exclusive digital content, promotions, and rewards between the event and guests. Cheaper, better, simpler, more secure. Sports Illustrated Tickets. Partner with us for your next event.
The Pro XR pickleball paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
The APP is sponsored by Gamma. Play to live, live to play. Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs. And Humana, bringing you the human side of healthcare.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the
Story Sebring here with Vlasic Pickles, and we're putting the pickle in pickleball. In pickleball, the term pickled is when you don't score any points in a game. This grilled Vlasic pickle recipe will score you all the points. Slice them in half long ways. Skewer your pickles, put those babies on the grill. Now we're gonna make our ranch. Roll in crushed potato chips. Winner's Grill Pickles.
What motivates me, I would say not being the best in the sport.
And Hunter Johnson is your men's pro singles champion.
Everyone wants to be number one.
Oh, and your gold medalist, Hunter Johnson.
I mean, you're not a true athlete, I think, if you don't want to be the best.
There you have it. Hunter Johnson gets the gold, the win, and he is your men's singles champion. In 2023, Hunter Johnson took home 10 men's singles medals. 8 of them were gold, trying to start 2024 the way he ended 2023. This is a rematch of our indoor championships that we wrapped up 2023 with between Hunter Johnson and Chris Hayworth. Chris coming onto the APP Tour scene a little bit later last year, but certainly making his presence felt very quickly. I got a chance to catch up with him yesterday, and we were talking about his goals for 2024, and he said, listen, I'm not quiet about it. I'm not ashamed about it. I want a gold medal, period. End of discussion. And so that's what Chris is bringing into this match.
Well, I'm going to go to the semifinal matchup where he won 16-14, 12-15, 15-13 over Yates Johnson. He was down 14-7 in game one and came back and won 16-14. He was down 13-8 in game two and came back and won 15-13. So talk about, he wants that gold. He battled on Thursday to get here.
Well, and you talk about him, too, and I'm going to hit on Chris, too. When I saw him on Thursday, we talked about, because I noticed, I'm like, oh, you made a paddle change. I'm like, what's the reasoning behind it? And everyone going with that power gearbox paddle, and he liked it at first because it's new. It's like a new toy, right? But he's like, I couldn't control it as much as I liked. So he made a paddle change, going to a little bit more of a control paddle. He already has enough power as it is. He doesn't need any extra. So he made that paddle change too. So he's making the adjustments here within this first year of really coming out and coming onto the scene. So I think that's a difference maker for him as well. But now, again, playing against someone who has been on Championship Sunday so much in Hunter Johnson, he's got to get past the veteran on Championship Sunday.
And as we see, the ref checking the paddles, just as you were talking about them, Dom. But there is Chris Hayworth. So this is his third gold medal match appearance. He won 3 silver medals in 2023, as well as a bronze medal. But this time, Chris Hayworth in 2024 says, I want to add the color gold to my mantle.
Yeah, that's just got to, he's going to come back and watch this. And if he wins today, he's going to laugh at this stat. If he loses today, it's going to hurt him even more. Because seeing 3 Championship Sunday appearances and 3 silver medals, that has to hurt.
You had Chicago against Yame Martinez-Vic, where Yame was just playing unbelievable. Yep. Then you had Dallas against Hunter, where that was the first time he was using the power paddle, and the ball just couldn't stay on the court. And then in Chicago, he looked good, but the dangerous aspect against Hunter Johnson is his ability to roll those balls below the net and really come up and start that cat and mouse. That's where Hayworth wasn't able to do the same thing to Johnson.
So who is going to win this one? This is the third time that these two have faced off for a gold medal. Every other time, it has been Hunter Johnson walking away with it. Chris having to settle for silver. He's trying to change that in 2024. Can he do it? We'll find out after the break.
Doesn't a beer sound like a better idea?
Fat tire.
From tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped. Suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
The APP is sponsored by LS, where history meets sportswear. C&D Nets, the highest quality nets made in the USA. And Vlasic Pickles, the Big Crunch.
Welcome to Punta Gorda, Florida. Men's singles gold medal match about to get underway here at the 2024 APP Punta Gorda Open. Taking a look at Hunter Johnson getting warmed up here, trying to go for his first gold medal of 2024. He had 8 of them in 2023. 29 years old, out of New Braunfels, Texas. He's going up against Chris Hayworth. It is the 3rd time that these two have matched up on a championship Sunday. Hunter Johnson got the better of Chris Hayworth in the previous 2 matchups, but the 30-year-old out of Oklahoma City has made no apologies about his goals, his resolutions for 2024. He wants to change that record, bring home a gold medal. Going to be a lot of fun to see these two battle it out. When you look at this match, you guys, between Johnson and Hayworth, 3rd time we're seeing it. Dom, where does this match get decided?
Again, it's going to be decided on who can adjust to the elements quickly enough. Right now, if they're starting on the sides they're warming up on, that means that the wind will be at the back of Hunter Johnson and in the face of Chris Hayworth. We saw it come into play all week with the wind. So again, let's see who makes the adjustment first. Hunter Johnson can't overhit because of the side he's on with the wind at his back. And it's, can Hayworth keep the ball low enough, create some shape so that Hunter Johnson is hitting up on the ball? That's going to be my differentiating factor here in this matchup.
Well, and that's where I was going to go to, the strengths of each. Hunter Johnson has that forehand roll, that kind of aggressive drop that'll hit and pull or push Hayworth out wide. Hayworth's strength is that running backhand roll. If he gets that shorter ball on the run, his favorite shot is to go back behind. So Johnson needs to be looking for that, not give him too many short backhands. And Johnson's going to use that heavy roll, get in that cat and mouse game.
Unlike every other time these two have matched up, today it's best 2 out of 3 to 15 rally scoring. So Hunter Johnson with the serve, but Hayworth with the first point of this game.
It's been interesting to know who won the toss here, because I think it would have been Hunter Johnson, because I think he wants to go into the wind. And so that means he would start game 2 into the wind.
Here's a look at Hunter Johnson. He's one of the staples here on the APP Tour. Seems to always find the medal stand. Played his collegiate tennis at SMU. 27 total APP medals in 2023. Hayworth with the great cross-court angle taken there on the overhead. He's up 3-0 here in game number 1. Let's get to know the 30-year-old. Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, his hometown. Played his high school tennis as an All-American, 146-5 record. And then he played collegiate tennis at Oklahoma State.
The record is ridiculous.
Well, I want to know what happened with the 5.
Who were they? And where are they now?
That's their claim to fame.
Where
I was one of the 5 that beat Chris Hayworth.
Message us. Where are you and why aren't you playing pickleball right now? Those 5 people.
Maybe
honestly,
they are.
I think one of them was Jack Sock.
Oh.
I do believe. Someone was telling me that.
Maybe they are. They're just waiting for their moment to have the rematch.
A little rush there from Hayworth. Tried to get that backhand off before Johnson could get up to the kitchen line. Good deep return there from Hunter.
2-4 for Johnson's serve. Good deep return there from Hayworth, and Johnson's ball sailing long.
Good read from Johnson. That was the backhand roll that I was talking about from Hayworth. Johnson didn't bite toward the line, knew that it was going to go back cross-court. Good volley and then good hands. One thing in Chicago that we saw from Hayworth in that championship Sunday, we'll talk about after this point.
Oh, great spot for Hayworth.
He had like 10 missed serves. So, big part of this one is the Hayworth serve and whether he can keep it in.
So the interesting thing, I was talking to him about that, and he was like, I wasn't keeping track of my missed serves in Chicago, but you guys were, and I heard you. And so I know that with rally scoring, I can't afford to do that. It's one of the things that he really was focusing on coming into this tournament, is making sure he doesn't have those big missed serves that cost him points and momentum in Chicago.
Hunter Johnson just overruled the call on the referee 2 points ago. Ball was
referee called it out,
referee
but
called
Hunter
it
called
out,
it
but
in.
Hunter called it in. Ball was right on the line. Hunter called it in right away. And so a nice little run here for Hayworth, adding on from that call, and then the missed return of serve from Johnson. Nice 4-point lead. Here's that call. Great job
right
by
on
our
the
crew,
line.
right on the line. Johnson couldn't do anything about that.
And it's almost a grimace, as he called it, right? Like,
You don't want to call
bummer.
it.
That's in.
Exactly. And a nice start here for Hayworth into the wind. As we talk about with any player that's hitting into the wind right now, especially in singles, if you can find the corners of the kitchen, meaning that tee where the kitchen line and the sideline meets with those rolls, and you're hitting into the wind's going to knock it down even more.
So Chris Hayworth working on a 4-point lead here in game number 1. Hayworth with the serve.
There's the drop, there's the roll. Get that ball down below the net. That one got back behind Johnson. You'll see right there. Can't keep it down. Good close and good angle cross court from Hayworth. He may have switched paddles some more control, but like you said, he's got the power. He's hitting that into the wind.
And he talked with me yesterday about how he really wants to be big in this game, to play aggressive.
Oh, nice ball right there from Hunter Johnson. A good volley where he takes that and rolls that back cross court. Hayworth trying to get that out of the air.
Hayworth looked back at the baseline to see where he was on the court. Thought he may have potentially hit an out ball. A big serve.
So Hunter Johnson on a little 2-0 run here. Halting what was a 5-point run for Hayworth.
Popping up a little too soon through that two-hander. Got to stay down through it.
Johnson almost stood up a few times in that point, saying, there's no way he's getting there. And then Hayworth did.
The last one, he stood up and then was like, wait, is he going to get here? Oh.
He literally just ran the 100 meters right there from sideline to sideline.
We had a drill like that in soccer. It was one of my least favorite ones.
That was a good first ball there from Hunter Johnson. Dipping that ball to the backhand side of Hayworth, but Hayworth hits an even better ball on the counter. Ooh, that's dirty.
Great placement there by Hunter Johnson as he makes it a 4-point lead now for Hayworth.
Johnson's made his adjustment now. He's shortened up his swing a little bit. Those balls were getting on him a little quicker than he anticipated. Now with the shorter swing, able to add a little bit more shape, and that serve missed just deep.
We'll get a timeout here, looks like, from Hunter Johnson as Chris Hayworth extends his lead to 5 here in the first game.
So it's a 13-8 lead here, for Chris Hayworth, who, like I said, he makes no apologies. He wants a gold medal, and certainly coming out in this first game, acting like it, you guys.
Yeah, I love Chris Hayworth, how he's playing right now, and he's playing into the wind. So he's making his adjustments here early. They'll have to switch that up, completely switch that up in game number 2. There's some highlights here from Chris Hayworth and what he's done early on in game number 1.
Well, for me, it's all about the shape. Yes, he does have the power, but he recognizes that Johnson is able to move quickly on the court, and he's not going to be able to really hit through him. He has to get that ball down, try to get that ball back behind him, open the court up, change angles, and we saw that with Gill in Chicago. He didn't have that.
That ball just sailing a bit long. So it'll be a side out and a point for Hunter Johnson.
Oh, hit that.
So the ball goes back to the side of Chris Hayworth. Game point opportunity here for the 30-year-old out of Oklahoma City. And the big serve forces a deep return from Hunter Johnson, and game 1 goes to Chris Hayworth.
That's a very clean game from Chris Hayworth. He needed that. He needed a very good start. Didn't need to be caught behind the 8 ball, losing game number 1. Good start for him.
So game 1 goes to Hayworth in our best 2 out of 3, rally scoring to 15. Game number 2 when we come back to the APP Punta Gorda Open.
Doesn't a beer sound like a better idea?
Fat tire.
From tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped, suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
The APP is sponsored by LS, where history meets sportswear. C&D Nets, the highest quality nets made in the USA. And Vlasic Pickles, the Big Crunch.
The AARP match spotlight here at the 2024 APP Punta Gorda Open, highlighting Sue Johnston and Scott Moore, gold medalists in our AARP Masters Division mixed doubles. Looking good.
Sue Johnston staying nice and warm with that sock hat on out there under the lights.
Hey, can't blame her.
No.
We love to see it. They won a gold medal, and so did these people. Take a look at the rest of our medalists here in the AARP Masters and Champions Division, and oh, look at that name at the bottom. That Lee Whitwell and Jaime Oncines.
First event on the Champions and Masters Tour. First gold.
Look at you, Lee. Shout out to Lee Whitwell and all of our gold medalists here at the 2024 APP Punta Gorda Open. Back here in our men's singles gold medal match, Chris Hayworth takes game 1, now sits 1 game away from earning that elusive gold medal, but Hunter Johnson certainly trying to derail those plans. Gets the first point of game 2.
Well, a little bit of a difference here now for Hayworth, switching from hitting into the wind to hitting with the wind. Has to adjust the stroke, has to adjust the power, where Johnson can just go for a little bit more now.
And what I'm going to look for from Hunter Johnson is creating shape into the wind. So he's going to attempt to drop those balls to the sideline off of the two-handed backhand and the roll forehand. Right on cue, tries to drop that one right there, but just mishits it.
So it ties us up at 2-all, and it will be Hayworth with the serve.
Good close there from Hayworth. That ball got on Johnson quickly.
3-2.
Again, this time just miss hitting it.
That's a ball Hayworth's not going to miss very often right there. He loves that two-handed backhand, hard cross court.
3-3.
Miss hit there. Almost gets it over the net, does Hayworth.
I'm pretty sure that return was deep too, but somehow that ball got behind Hayworth. Lost sight of it. Yeah, you see him waving that hand across the face that he lost sight.
Johnson reading that, but Hayworth too strong of an angle.
4.
Another look here.
Yeah, good reach in there from Hayworth, using the height advantage that he has, taking that ball nice and early.
4-4.
Good swinging volley there from Hunter Johnson, pushing Chris Hayworth well back behind the baseline.
So it will be Johnson with the ball. Opportunity to extend his lead.
Oh, change of pace, cut serve right there. Makes Hayworth think about it a little bit.
It didn't come up as high as Hayworth thought as well. It hit the bottom of the paddle. That's trouble. Yeah, if Johnson starts getting the feel for that aggressive roll, then Hayworth is going to be stretched out a lot.
So last 3 serves, Hunter Johnson went hard with pace, then he went a little pace cut, and then he goes float serve. He's like Greg Maddux out here throwing different pace and spots for serves.
It's certainly one of the reasons that Hunter Johnson is so good at pickleball. 8 gold medals in men's singles in 2023. 2024, he's trying to start the exact same way. Has a lead here in game 2. We'll be right back to Punta Gorda. Welcome back to the 2024 APP Punta Gorda Open. Don't forget, scan the QR code on your screen to get a special discount to pickleballsuperstore.com. That QR code right there, bottom left. Back to the action here in game number 2. Hunter Johnson with a 7-4 lead over Chris Hayworth. Hayworth take game 1. Johnson, though, so good in men's singles. trying to extend his lead here in game 2, forces to a game 3. Getting out of the way of that one and doubles up on Hayworth. This is a 4-0 run that Johnson is working on. Whew. Just as I say that, out of bounds, side out, and a point for Hayworth.
Yeah, it looked like the wind just pushed that ever so slightly. Johnson trying to paint the line. Hayworth needs to, it's difficult, but he needs to get to the ball but slow himself down at the same time.
Right.
He's rushing to get to that ball, and then that's causing him to rush the motion, rush the stroke.
That one right there, that was the ball getting on him super quick right now.
Johnson has been so effective with his serves in this second game to keep Hayworth off balance.
Oh, he was there.
He hit his shoe.
So it'll be a point for Hayworth. Another look here.
That's
Great
too good of a
cross
read.
court.
Too good of a read there from Johnson. This time, Hayworth tried to slow the motion down, execute the shot, but Johnson was there to take it nice and early and go back behind him.
Hayworth firing himself up after getting that point off of Johnson and the ball back on his side.
Well, he's got to put a couple together here and get back in this.
Great get. Great get by Johnson in the middle of that point, but Hayworth doing a great job of finding the spot that Johnson's paddle can't be.
He almost ran himself into a couple of bad hops right there, but made the adjustment, set his feet, executed.
Yeah, and just, again, it's exactly what you talked about, Chad. He's getting to the spot, but he's not slowing his body down or his thought process.
Good deep return there. Johnson pushed back behind the baseline.
Hearing both of these men be a little bit more vocal here in the back half of this second game. They know a gold medal's on the line, giving it everything they got.
Great read there from Hunter Johnson. He knew where Hayworth was going before he even hit it, but he gets there, can't slow his momentum down either, and he goes long.
So a timeout called on the court by Hunter Johnson. We always talk about how many points do you let your opponent get before you call the timeout. Johnson decided that number was 2.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a good timeout here. He's got a lead, had a bigger lead, but again, good timeout here. Slow the momentum of Chris Hayworth.
Well, especially in rally scoring, and once you're getting deeper into the game, you don't have that room that you do early on. Lee Whitwell over there talking with Chris Hayworth.
I mean, she knows a thing or two about winning a gold this tournament.
Whitworth was in his corner in Chicago as well.
50 seconds.
Lee Whitwell, one of those players and people really on tour that just loves investing in the next generation of pickleball players. A lot of the players who are just getting into the sport benefit greatly from her knowledge, her insights, her encouragement. Hayworth on the receiving end of that right now. Trailing by 2 here in game 2, which if he comes back to win, he will earn his first men's singles gold medal on the APP Tour.
Not sure what happened there. It looked like Johnson lost sight of it for a second, caught the top edge.
And ties it up there, does Hayworth.
And exactly what we talked about, Chad, he is not doing right now. He's not rushing anything.
Yeah.
Those last 2 balls he's hit, he's been calm, cool, and collected.
Oh, just out. But the adjustment that Hayworth has made as well from what we saw in 23 to now, reaching in, taking those balls early, using the height advantage. You see it's difficult to do with that two-hander. Usually we see the reach with the one-hander roll, but he's reaching in two-hander, pushes it down the line, then takes it early, rolls it back cross.
Well, remember, Hayworth relatively new to the game of pickleball, but he's all in. And he told me that between indoors in the beginning of December of 2023 to now, he tried to treat that time like a proper professional off-season. That meant that he was doing two-a-days. He was getting in the gym. He was trying to eat right because he wants to make this a professional career. And so he's approaching this season as a professional athlete. And you really see it in the way that he's developed on the court, but even sort of the mental side of things too. We're seeing him stick in it throughout this very tight game too. And he has a 1-point lead here in this second game, sitting just 2 points away from winning his first ever men's singles gold medal. But that man knows a thing or two about what it takes to win a gold in men's singles. Hunter Johnson had 8 of them in 2023 and certainly always has the ability to get back into a game.
Wow. It's a huge forehand winner right there from Chris Hayworth.
I mean, especially with the wind. To get that to drop inside the baseline. I thought it was a little too flat, but that ball just dropped hard right at the end.
And so it's a match point opportunity here for Chris Hayworth. Can he win the gold? Oh. Not on that serve.
Good deep return there from Johnson. Pushed Hayworth onto his back foot.
So a critical serve here for Hunter Johnson. Opportunity to tie things up and push us into a win-by-2 situation. What a recovery in the middle of that point from Hayworth. Lost it in the sun, came back around to get it over the net, but then misses the next one.
He would have had a second opportunity to win this match.
Oh, Johnson tripling up. Hayworth staying home. Thought for sure that third one, Johnson was going to roll back cross court behind Hayworth.
So another opportunity here for Chris Hayworth to win the gold, and he does on a serve. He said he wasn't going to miss him this tournament. Proved himself right to win the men's singles gold medal here in Punta Gorda.
Great finish there from Chris Hayworth. Goes on a big serve right there. Absolutely wonderful to see him. 3 times silver medal last year, get his first gold medal.
We're going to hear from Chris Hayworth and Hunter Johnson when we come back to Punta Gorda.
No, since I've been using Leo rubber, I've had way less problem on my AT band and hips. It has been really a game changer for me, so I highly recommend it to everyone.
That's what makes it so different. The whole idea about balanced compression, it improves your blood flow, reduces your fatigue. At the end of the day, you feel so much better.
I feel comfortable, I feel supported, I feel like I can train harder, train longer, recover faster, and feel supported while I'm playing. And that's so crucial for me, especially in singles when I'm trying to play against the youngest. I'm not the youngest out there, but I try and play against the youngest.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious. With better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best.
The Pro XR pickleball paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game, because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
Back here in Punta Gorda, here is championship point for Chris Hayworth, Chad.
Well, we talked about the missed serves that he had in Chicago against Hunter Johnson. No missed serves today. Big serve, missed return right there. Gives Chris Hayworth his first gold and the first gold of 2024. AJ McCord's courtside.
Welcome down to championship court, a men's singles gold medal match to start 2024 off right. Great crowd here in Punta Gorda. Let's give it up for both of these men. All right, we're going to get to our gold medalist, Chris Hayworth, in just a minute. But first, Hunter Johnson, no stranger to playing on Championship Sunday in 2023, starting 2024 out the exact same way. I know you would have loved to walk away with a gold medal, but a silver medal to start your 2024 campaign. What is the biggest takeaway for you from this tournament?
Yeah, tough conditions today. Congrats to Chris. I mean, he's been after me all year, and it's nice to see him get a gold. I mean, I know he wanted it, so congrats to him. Thanks to the crowd for coming out. I know it's crazy conditions, windy out here, but thanks for coming out. Yeah, I mean, no one likes to lose, but Chris is a good guy, so congrats to him.
Congratulations, Hunter Johnson, your silver medalist here in Punta Gorda. All right, Chris, he just said it. You've been after him for quite some time. The third time you guys are meeting here on Championship Sunday. What was the difference for you today to get the gold?
I think singles is just, depends on the day. So Hunter's a great player. He played a great match. It just comes down to 1 or 2 points.
We were talking yesterday, and you said at indoors in Chicago last year, I know I missed a lot of serves. I will not do that today. You missed one, but you won on one as well. How much work did you put in this offseason to set you up for this moment?
Yeah, I just treated December as an offseason, tried to play as much as I could, just prepare as much as I can for the whole year, not just for this tournament. So looking forward to a good year.
And you told me 2024, I am bringing home a gold. You do it in this first tournament. How gratifying is that for you?
It's been what I've been after the whole time, and I haven't been shy to admit that. So I'm glad to get that one off my back, and hopefully not the first or not the last.
It will be the first, but certainly not the last. Congratulations, Chris Hayworth, your gold medalist at the 2024 APP Punta Gorda Open.
Chad, we talked about Chris Hayworth when he put that new paddle in his hand. We didn't think it was right for him. He changed it, goes to this new, little more control paddle. Huge difference for him in both our opinions, we believe.
Well, and the big takeaway for me from this one is the shape, but also his ability to take those balls early at the kitchen line. He really took away that reaction time. You see him go angled there. Here, taking it down the line, angle back behind. That was the difference that what we saw of Chris in 2023 to what we're seeing here in 2024.
Well, congratulations. Chris Hayworth is your 2024 APP Punta Gorda gold medalist. We'll take a break, hear from our sponsors, and be back here in Punta Gorda.
From tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped, suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
The APP is sponsored by Sports Illustrated, exclusive ticketing partner of the APP Tour. Eggland's Best, better taste, better nutrition, better eggs. And Punta Gorda Tourism. Visit pureflorida.com.
Nothing brings us together like Eggland's Best Eggs. We love the taste, always so fresh and delicious, plus superior nutrition. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best.
From tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped, suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
Less is more, unless it's less beer.
Fat tire. The Pro XR pickleball paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
I'm Vivian Chan here with Classic Pickles, and we're putting the pickle into pickleball. In pickleball, a slice is a chopped shot used to create backspin on the ball. I'm going to show you how to make a fried chicken sandwich topped with Classic sandwich dill pickle chips that will put your taste buds into a spin. Now this is a really big dill.
We are coming to you live from Florida, where the 2023 APP Tour is underway. Who's going to take home the gold this week at the New York City Open? Stay tuned to find out. the greatest singles matches we've ever witnessed. Incredible! She is playing on a different level today, dominating the competition here in Southern California. What a statement and overhead put away by Todd. Another championship Sunday is in the books. What an amazing year for the APP, absolutely setting the standard in pickleball.
That was the Vlasic Instant Classic. That was 2023-2024 off to a great start already here in Punta Gorda, the first official stop of the 2024 tour. And then next up, we have the AARP Champions Cup to start off the month of February. Next Gen San Antonio, Chad, I know you're looking forward to that.
I'll be there.
Cannot wait to see the next generation of pickleball players February 16th to the 18th. And then look at our spring, you guys. We go from Sacramento to Miami to Delray, California, and Florida. Best states to be in the spring.
Well, that's why we live here.
So make sure you check out the app.global for more information about the 2024 tour and register if we're coming to a city near you, or come visit us at a city you just want to be at in 2024. Next up, we've got our mixed doubles gold medal match. It's gonna be a good one. Yates Johnson and Georgia Johnson taking on Megan Fudge and Andre Diascu here in Punta Gorda. We'll be right back.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
The APP is sponsored by Yola. Elevate your game. Humana, bringing you the human side of healthcare. And Fat Tire. Crisp, bright, easy drinking.
The Pro XR Pickleball Paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game, because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
The gold medal for Kyle Yates and Andre Daescu.
I've always enjoyed competing. I've always enjoyed winning. I guess that's the drug for all of us.
Is game and match for Andre Daescu. Andre Daescu and Susanna Barr win back-to-back gold medals.
The goals for this year is to finish the year as the #1 ranked APP player.
Alex Trong and Andre Daescu win the APP Classic mixed doubles gold medal. Mission accomplished for Andre Daescu. Finished 2023 as the top medal earner. 20 APP gold medals. Closest person to him, 4 away, and this man doesn't even play in singles. He plays in mixed doubles and men's doubles. Mixed doubles happening right now, trying to start his 2024 off with another gold medal. Andre Daescu has played in many a championship Sunday in mixed doubles, and he's partnering up with Megan Fudge for the first tournament of 2024. And look at who they're going against. It's Yates Johnson and Georgia Johnson. No relation between the two. Share the last name, and Georgia was joking with me, you know, her brother, pretty good at the game of pickleball, and so she was joking that if it's a mixed doubles partner, I guess his last name has to be Johnson. Just is what it is. So these two, first time we're seeing them on Championship Sunday together. Just decided they were playing together a few days ago, and look at where they are now. Let's get to know Andre's partner a little bit. Megan Fudge, 36 years old, calls Bel Air, Florida home technically, but lives out of an RV for much of the year. Her and her husband rallied to heart. Their 2 kiddos, also traveling around the country playing pickleball. So she and Daescu teaming up here for our mixed doubles gold medal match. And then there's a look at Georgia Johnson, just 17 years old, out of Boynton Beach, Florida. She knows the Johnson brothers, as in Yates and Hunter Johnson, very well, and decided to partner up with Yates here just a few days ago on Tuesday. Very athletic player. Looking forward to seeing her on Championship Sunday. And Yates Johnson, her partner, 29 years old, out of New Braunfels, Texas. Yates played many mixed doubles tournaments last year, but no medals earned in mixed doubles for Yates. So trying to start 2024 off a little bit better. Already has it locked in. He's walking away with a silver or a gold, but of course all 4 of these players fighting with everything they have to make that medal golden.
Yeah, and both of those semifinals for both of these teams went 3 games. They had to battle out of those semifinals. Johnson and Johnson played Will Howells and Bobby Oshiro in a match that was going on court 1 at the same time as the semifinal between Daescu, Fudge, and Barr and Nunnery was going on. 2 great battles, and both teams tested along the way. So it's not like you're going to see any surprises here. My X factor for this matchup is going to be Georgia Johnson and Megan Fudge, and how much either can control the pace and the dinks. For Georgia Johnson, I'm going to look for her to pull Megan Fudge as wide as she can to her forehand. For Megan Fudge, I'm going to look to her to get around her backhand and use it to her advantage, not having to hit so many forehands.
The other thing that we have to take into consideration here at the Pickleplex in Punta Gorda is the wind. You saw a shot of our championship court a few seconds ago, and the flags getting blown around here in Punta Gorda. So we'll keep an eye on that, the effect it has on this mixed doubles gold medal match. It's all about adapting to conditions here in pickleball, outdoor sport. That's the name of the game. Taking a look at Georgia Johnson there and Yates communicating, making sure they're on the same page before this serve from Georgia Johnson. Into the net from Yates, and let's get to know Andre Daescu really quickly. 35 years old, calls Palm Beach Gardens, Florida home, but born in Romania. He played his collegiate tennis at Oklahoma. Medal leader on the 2023 APP Tour. Great play there by Daescu, the forehand for the point. And it's going to be Megan Fudge. We're going to get to know his teammate here in Punta Gorda, 36 years old, out of Bel Air, Florida, born in Germany originally, and like I mentioned, travels the country by RV with her family. On the other side of the net It is Georgia Johnson, 17 years old, Boynton Beach, Florida. Started playing pickleball at age 7, but turned pro in 2022. Starting off 2024 with us here on the APP Tour. Good speed up there from Yates Johnson right into the body of Fudge, and gives us a chance to talk about the 29-year-old from New Braunfels, Texas. Played his collegiate tennis at SMU, won 13 total APP medals in 2023. Back here in game 1 of our mixed doubles gold medal match, Fudge and Diescu with a 2-0 lead, a side out just forced though by Georgia and Yates.
Quick change on our parts too. No more rally scoring.
Yeah, that's what I was focusing on in the first couple of points. I was like,
why isn't the score changing that much? Back to side out scoring for all our doubles matches.
This time Fudge makes the adjustment, slides a little bit to the right, counters the speed up from Johnson behind him.
So it'll be a side out here. Fudge and Diescu, chance to extend their lead. Diescu trying to lift that ball and can't put enough on it. Doesn't put enough on it, so on to their second serve.
2-0-2.
That's the difference maker right there. If Georgia Johnson can pull Megan Fudge deep like that where she's backing off the line, that's where she ran into some problems against Nunnery and Barr and popping that ball up.
Nice speed up there, defended well by the Johnsons, but pushes them onto their second serve after a well-placed ball from Fudge.
0-2-2.
Good spots, good power there. Georgia started it, Yates finished it. So good step in and close, and then right hip and left hip from Yates on Fudge.
Forehand into the net.
You talked about the girls being the X factor. Mine is Yates Johnson, and whether he can get that drive dialed in on the third shot.
Diescu goes for the little flip, little speed up, but Yates getting out of the way of it. So it'll be a second serve here.
2-1-2.
Just trying to do too much with that right there. He's trying to find the right hip of Megan Fudge right there. Instead of trying to do that, she's reading it and sliding. He's got to keep that ball in play, push that back cross court to Diescu and get into the point.
Diescu that time, speeding things up very quickly before finding Yates back.
One thing that the Johnsons haven't tested yet is Fudge and her third shot. Diescu, they've been returning to Diescu. He's so consistent with that drop.
Yates reaching in, forehand, good spot, side out.
1-4-1.
Again, the speed up there from Yates. What do you like about how that's working?
Well, that was a better spot for him right there. He did get to the backhand side of Megan Fudge, but it's jammed up in her body instead of letting her extend.
Yates going
Ambitious at best right there.
Going for the backhand Ernie and too much on it.
Got the pop-up, but it really wasn't elevated enough to try, one, the Ernie, or two, even a speed up. Yes, it's a ball to take out of the air, cut down reaction time.
Yates pointing to the court saying, I should have hit it over that way, I think.
Well, it's such good protection from Daescu because a big serve from Georgia Johnson pushed Fudge back. Daescu protecting the area that Fudge hadn't filled in yet.
4-2-1.
Better reach in there and speed up from Johnson. But it was all set up by that ball from Georgia to the forehand side.
Little flip there from Yates, too much on it. So it'll be point for Daescu and Fudge. 5-2.
If he keeps that ball in, it's going to get punished back. The reason that ball's not hit is because it's way out. There's no need for that shot at that moment.
Great spot there, overhead from Yates Johnson at the feet of Daescu. Can't get it back over the net. So it'll be a side out here. Another look.
But again, it's the two-ball combo, not trying to do a whole lot, just getting that ball down creates that final overhead.
Ooh. And we talk about the communication between partnerships. That time Daescu sliding all the way over. Fudge thought that she was going to be the one to hit that, and they collide. Sends the ball out of bounds. 3-5-1 the score for Georgia Johnson.
That's a tough situation there for Yates to be being aggressive as he's backing up to the baseline.
Georgia Johnson, the aggressor that time, and doing a good job.
Georgia Johnson's dinking is ridiculous. Her dinking is so aggressive, and if she can set that up nicely like she did, she doesn't even need Yates to step in there.
I was talking with Georgia yesterday, getting to know her and her style of play. And, you know, she says she comes from a tennis family, obviously, but she never really enjoyed tennis. And so she actually really is born and bred in pickleball. And she's been drawing from players for years to sort of pick up what they do that she likes and incorporate it into her own game. And one of those things is the athleticism. We've seen that all tournament long in various divisions. Right now, her and Yates on the same page and all tied up here. Or, excuse me, taking the lead in game one.
Dom and I are laughing here because, again, we talk about before the matches. It's the ball that was back behind Fudge. Daescu has to step over, take middle, and then opens up that ball back behind him on the backhand side. So then that's how you create the opening. That's how you get through Daescu and Fudge.
Right. It's all about keeping him honest. You have to keep him honest. You can't not play Andre Daescu. Because he pinches so hard in the middle, you have to go behind him. Keep him honest one shot, then go back to what you want to do. But you have to keep him honest, and what that does right there is it opens up that hole, because what did Yates Johnson do a couple times? He went two-hand roll behind Daescu, so Daescu's thinking he may go there. It opens up that hole in the middle just enough that he can sneak that ball through at like 60%.
And anytime Daescu is on the court, trying to keep him from taking up the vast majority of it is a tall task. Not just because of the way he plays.
Well, he's got a 27-foot wingspan, and the court's only 20 feet wide.
27 might be a little bit overboard, but certainly the wingspan takes up the majority of the court. His dad played basketball for the Romanian national team, so gets a lot of that wingspan from Dad. The strategy, though, by Yates and Georgia working out here as they've got the lead here in game number one and extend it off a big serve from Yates. 7-5-2. 7-5-2. Good leave there from Yates Johnson, getting some confirmation, our Diescu and Fudge, from our head referee, Andy Jones.
8-5-2.
Was out.
8-5-2.
Great catch by our crew as well.
That time, Fudge and Diescu working their way down the sideline. Take another look.
5-8-1.
Ooh, Diescu stepping up, being the aggressor now. Typically not known for starting that firefight, but right there, sees the short return, steps up, puts the drive into the body of Johnson.
Yates again going for the Ernie, but into the net.
It's there. 100% the right move. He just tried to put an exclamation point on it when he didn't have to. Diescu falling away from that forehand right there. He's got to step into that.
7-8-2.
Oh, that ball's going over the back fence potentially.
Can't get out of the way of it is Yates Johnson, and so instead it's off his body and a point that ties us up here in game one.
Oh, the change of pace return from Georgia Johnson. I mean, started playing when she was 7. I remember when they did. They were in Naples at the time, living. We knew them then, Chad, way back when. Now Georgia's all grown up.
What's funny is she was telling me about how they got into pickleball when they first moved to Naples, and it was because they didn't have anything to do on Christmas Eve. So a neighbor had given them some paddles, and they went out and played and got hooked pretty quick.
I could not clearly see it. By rule, the call stands. A blind person called it out. I can't see it. Point.
So back-to-back, or not back-to-back, but two times recently, Diescu and Fudge wondering about whether this ball was out, called out by the line judge, as well as
We're going to move on. I'm going to call the score.
Yates and Georgia.
9-8-2.
So it's 9-8-2. Johnson and Johnson take the lead.
Biggest thing when Yates is going for those drives, he's probably about 60% right now success rate. He's got to be about 80%. He's just got to force them into a block.
Great spot there by Georgia.
The wind is throwing off the timing for Diescu on these drops. Usually very consistent with it, but balls are checking up. They're not continuing to go through the court.
And again, Yates, great spot down the sideline. Force a side out, no points added for Diescu and Fudge, so they get the ball back with the lead.
That's a big point, AJ, right there. That's a big hold.
Oh, Diescu trying to change the pace, cuts the ball and can't get it back over the net. So instead, it's a game point opportunity here. Yates with the serve. And they let it go. Yates and Georgia Johnson take game one, 11-8.
It's the footwork on that point from Yates Johnson that was incredible. As he went to hit each one of those resets, he stopped moving, set his feet, and was absolutely perfect throughout this point, Chad.
Well, and like I said, my X factor going into this one was Yates Johnson. It's the drive, and it's that he's going to see the steady stream of balls. The adjustment that he's made from what we've seen previously is exactly what you said. Set feet, he's able to reach in, add some shape to it, and then Georgia gets that final ball down, and Diescu's forced to hit up.
So game one goes to Georgia and Yates. Game two when we come back.
18 years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped. Suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
The APP is sponsored by Rain Energy, clean, plant-based energy. Power Plate, precision wave technology for every body. And Pickleball Superstore.
Our Humana Human Care Spotlight winner is Sue Meyer. Sue has been volunteering for the APP for 3 years now to recruit, train, and retain all volunteers on site at the APP Punta Gorda Open. Sue is an avid pickleball player and has been instrumental to the growth of the game and community here in Punta Gorda. She has also volunteered at Marathon, Florida's Crane Point Museum and Nature Center, where she and her husband developed and built a seashell exhibit. Thank you, Sue, for all that you do. Game 2 underway, and Megan Fudge getting the ball off the paddle of Georgia Johnson and out of bounds.
1-0-2.
Yeah, good spot right there from Fudge going into the right hip of Johnson. Ooh. Johnson got himself in a little bit of trouble there. He gives a little bit fist pump. Fights his way out of it and gets that ball
0-1-1.
back off the top edge of Fudge.
Second serve.
Yates not enough on that one as he was hitting the ball
0-1-2.
with his weight moving backwards. 0-1-2. Flipping that one just a little too far.
I don't know if Yates said yeah on that one and then just watched it sail deep. Thought he had enough roll.
That time Megan Fudge
Second serve.
just misses.
No, that's a spectator. No, I did not look this way. By rule, the call stands. 1-0-2.
1-0-2 the score for Fudge's serve.
Point.
That dink left a little bit short by Yates, so it'll be point. Fudge and Diascu up 2-0.
Oh, good spot there from Diascu. Johnson trying to hit that pancake. It's a little too far behind him.
Georgia that time getting big forehand. Well placed at the feet of Megan Fudge. Out of the reach of her paddle.
0-3-1.
Great defense in the middle there by Georgia Johnson, but Diescu, he gets big like that. The ball's not coming back often. Another look.
Well, usually the ball's not going to kick up that high. But with the ball being a little bit colder, it gets the advantage.
Three 3-0-1. Score for Diescu.
Johnson just got to not be that aggressive right there. No need for that. What I'd like to see her do, I know she's taking a lot of these balls cross-court from Fudge out of the air. Let it bounce and flip behind Diescu. Keep him honest. They're not keeping him honest enough right now. The only honesty is when Yates gets involved and he goes back two-hand cross-court.
That time it was Yates with a strong overhead finish. Force a side out.
Yeah, Fudge moving up to try to put the pressure on, but a good ball to pin Diescu back at the baseline there. I don't like that speed up.
No.
Just doesn't, it didn't have enough on it. Yates has such a good two-hand backhand. That ball from Fudge allowed him to get extended.
The Ernie there from Yates.
Much more controlled though, right?
Yep,
so he doesn't have to do too much with that. He likes the Ernie, and it's a good Ernie, but all he's got to do is put it in the right spot. Put pressure on.
That time, Yates going for a little speed up.
0 for 4.
Yeah, it's just that's not the spot right there. The high part of the net. We see that out of Hunter a lot when he plays with Paris. He tries to go down that line too a lot of times, but he fixed that about midway through last year where he stopped going there all the time.
Hunter, of course, being Yates' twin brother. The two have played doubles together in tennis and in pickleball as well, so makes sense they have some of the same tendencies.
With Georgia Johnson with the aviators on, looking all calm and cool.
Great job there.
Yeah, good pressure and good talk there from both Georgia and Yates.
And that's one of the things we always talk about is when it's too late to communicate, right? Because you're already in the motion or you made the decision to go for the ball. That time they both did a good job of communicating early.
Body jumped up. You saw he got down right as he was about to hit. Leg straightened out. Goes from hitting underneath the ball to hitting the top of the ball.
Diescu stepping in there to get big, but Yates and Georgia ready for it.
Yates lost his paddle. As soon as Fudge hit that ball, he paddle on the ground.
4-4-2, Diescu with the second serve. Georgia stepping up to try and cover for Yates while he was back getting that ball, but forehand just got her paddle in the wrong direction into the net. 5-4-2.
See, when Johnson's going to speed up there, Georgia, that being, the speed up's got to go to the backhand side of Fudge to keep it in, and she's sitting dead red on the backhand.
That time, both Yates and George are going to the backhand of Diascu.
But yeah, they moved it inside and outside, and then to the backhand of Diascu. The first time in like 3 points they went to Diascu's backhand.
Good 1-2 combo there from Yates Johnson. Again, does go to the backhand side there of Fudge while she's sliding to the right, but he's anticipating that next ball coming back.
Georgia recognizing she pulled Fudge out wide, the forehand in the middle at the feet, ties us up.
You hit that perfect, Chad, is that you can go there if you know she's going to be sitting on it, but you have to be ready for the next ball. You have to anticipate that that ball's coming back if you're going to go to Megan's backhand. Oh, a little tricky inside out there from Megan Fudge. I like it on the attack on the forehand right there, which you don't see much from.
So to push them onto their second serve.
Yates jumps to the forehand side just a little too early.
Well, Matt's getting frustrated at the last ball getting hit and then taking it out on the next ball into the net, but they do tie it up at 6.
Opportunity here for Fudge and Diascu to regain the lead. Fudge with the serve.
Good ball there from Georgia. Somehow just keeps it right inside the baseline.
Yates deciding to let that one bounce, skips a little bit, gets behind him. So it'll be a point for Fudge and Diascu.
Well, Megan's strength right there, backhand cut. And Yates, little indecision on whether to take it out of the air or let it bounce.
Speed up there from Megan Fudge. Sailing out of bounds, so a side out. Fudge and Diascu do regain the lead on that service side, but opportunity right again for Georgia and Yates to tie it up.
It's tough for Diascu to come over that far and be fully extended trying to speed that ball up. The wind is picking up even more. I'm watching the flag right in front of us.
Georgia
she
saying
questioned
I had
the last
it.
ball.
She was all over every one of those resets, but then the last one was kind of in between, like you said, Chad.
7-7-2. Dink left short by Diascu, so the lead this time
You think what I'm thinking?
going to Johnson and
What are you
Johnson.
thinking?
Well, I'm thinking that Diascu needs to stop trying to do so much.
100%. 100%.
And allow Fudge to kind of stay in that cross court.
Yates taking a big ball out of the air and then going behind Diascu, overhead winner.
We saw right at the same time in that last point. He took about 2 to 3 balls that he just needs to let Fudge take. And we see that sometimes when Diascu feels a little pressure, he'll try and do maybe a little too much.
And right now it is Yates Johnson and Georgia Johnson with a 9-7 lead here in Game 2, which if they win, they are your gold medalists here in Punta Gorda. We'll be right back.
Andre's already...
A reminder to check out pickleballsuperstore.com via that little QR code on the bottom left of your screen. It can get you your instant discount at pickleballsuperstore.com. Game number 2 of our mixed doubles gold medal match, and it is Yates and Georgia Johnson in the lead here, up 9-7 over Megan Fudge and Andre Diescu.
There's Julie Johnson, Georgia's mom, up there in the stands.
She credits her with the reason that she got competitive in pickleball. She said once mom started training, so did she.
9-7-2.
Yates with the serve. Speed up there from Yates, Johnson, and Diescu. Forehand into the net, which sets up match point opportunity here for Yates Johnson. And that ball sails long. They found out they were playing together just a few days ago, and leaving Punta Gorda with a gold medal are Yates and Georgia Johnson.
Hey, great job by them. They came out with a game plan, executed very well, got down in both games, 1 and game 2, fought their way back. Very proud of them. Very happy for Yates Johnson getting his first medal in mixed doubles. Congratulations to him and Georgia Johnson.
We'll hear from the gold medalists when we come back to Punta Gorda.
The Pro XR pickleball paddle answers paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game, because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
Here's championship point for Georgia Johnson and Yates Johnson. Chad, they get it done.
Well, my X factor for this one was Yates Johnson, and he stepped up, controlled the points. Big serve there to force the miss return. They come away with their first goal for 2024. AJ McCord is courtside.
To championship court, a great mixed doubles gold medal match here at the APP Punta Gorda Open. Let's give it up for these two teams. A great crowd out here watching all of the pickleball action. Yates, Georgia, I'm going to get to you in just a minute. But first, to our silver medalists, Megan Fudge, Andre Diescu. You guys, this is a new partnership, and I know that both of you highly competitive and always want to walk away with a gold medal. But what did you learn about this partnership, how it can work for you in 2024?
Yeah, no, super excited to play with Andre. Obviously, we've played each other many times. Nice to have him on my side of the court. Obviously, there's things we can still figure out together, and we'll go back on tape and figure that part out. But congrats to Yates and Georgia for their gold, and we'll be back.
Andre, for you, walking away with a silver medal here from your first mixed doubles campaign of 2024. Walk me through the goals that you have for yourself this year.
Like I said in the past, I keep it pretty simple. I try to do the best I can every match. Don't really look too far ahead. So kind of like Megan said, just go back, watch some tape, see what we can do a little bit better. And look, I mean, hats off to Yates and Georgia. They played the great final, and they deserve the gold medal. And not getting silver, for our first tournament together is not a bad one. So.
Not bad at all. Congratulations, Andre Diescu, Megan Fudge, your silver medalist here at the 2024 APP Punta Gorda Open. All right, let's turn our attention now to the gold medalists here, Johnson & Johnson, Georgia and Yates. Yates, we joked before we came out here, you're 1 for 1 on Championship Sunday in mixed doubles, your first ever time playing on Championship Sunday in mixed doubles. You walk away with the gold. What did it take to get it done?
Yeah, I mean, I think I played pretty well, but Georgia, you know, she's just a rock-solid partner. She's super positive. You know, zero pressure from her. We're always smiling and having fun. You know, we were joking before the tournament. I've always wanted a little baby sister, and you know, we have the same last name, so it just works out.
And Georgia, we were talking before you guys started, and you said, listen, I guess if I'm going to play mixed doubles, it has to be with a Johnson. And it's worked out well here in 2024 on the APP Tour. What was the most fun part for you about this tournament, walking away with the gold?
Just my partners, you know, Paris and Yates. Like, we've had a lot of fun out here, and it's good. It's good to be back and see some familiar faces, and just thankful that this all worked out.
Starting 2024 off with a gold medal, Yates, where do you go from here?
Yeah, just it's going to be a long year. It always is. You just take one at a time. But yeah, shout out to J-Dub for letting me borrow his partner. And thanks to the crowd. You guys are awesome. Great atmosphere. Really helps out. You know, having a lot of people here just makes the atmosphere amazing, and it's awesome to play in front of you know, this kind of crowd. So.
An amazing atmosphere, an amazing crowd, some amazing pickleball. Congratulations, Yates and Georgia, our gold medalists here at the 2024 APP Punta Gorda Open in mixed doubles.
Well, Georgia Johnson and Yates Johnson coming out on top here, Chad. I mean, they played really clean all weekend, got down, were tested, but in this one, I mean, they got down in the game 1 and in game 2 here, and were tested and fought their way back in both game 1 and game 2 to come out with a 2-game victory.
Well, and Georgia and Yates kind of both talked about it a little bit, is they were positive with each other. They didn't really get down on each other. So what we've seen in the past is when Yates has a tendency to get a little frustrated when they get behind. Here, he made the adjustments. He inserted the power on those drives, moved the ball around, and Georgia was rock solid, and that's what brought him away with the win.
Well, your gold medalists here, 2024 APP Punta Gorda Open, Georgia Johnson and Yates Johnson. We'll take a quick break. Be back here on Championship Court.
No, since I've been using Leo Rubber, I've had way less problem on my AT band and hips. It has been really a game changer for me, so I highly recommend it to everyone.
That's what makes it so different. The whole idea about balanced compression, it improves your blood flow, reduces your fatigue. At the end of the day, you feel so much better.
I feel comfortable, I feel supported, I feel like I can train harder, train longer, recover faster, and feel supported while I'm playing. And that's so crucial for me, especially in singles when I'm trying to play against the youngest. I'm not the youngest out there, but I try and play against the youngest.
18 years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped. Suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
Welcome back to the 2024 APP Punta Gorda Open at the Pickleplex in Punta Gorda, Florida. Taking a look at the wind moving through the trees here just outside of the court. It's been a factor for our players all day long. We'll see how it continues to affect the play when we get back to the action. But during this break, we want to bring you up to speed on a really exciting announcement for the APP, a brand new partnership with the Fort. It is opening in Fort Lauderdale in 2024. 43 dedicated pickleball courts, 14 of them weatherproof, including a stadium court. The renderings of this thing, whew, they're a beauty. We sat down to talk with Ken Herman and Brad Tuckman about it. We are so thrilled to be joined now by Brad Tuckman, co-founder of The Fort, and Ken Herman, the founder of the APP, to talk about this historic partnership. Brad, I want to start with you. Just with The Fort opening this year and announcing this partnership, how does this set you guys up for the long-term future, and what does it bring here to the APP?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Before I say anything, I just got to tell you, this guy, I have no idea how he is this happy every day of the week. So he has the greatest job ever. And if I could just have a little bit Ken around me, I think we'll be in a good situation. So, we started this process over 3 years ago, and it takes a long time to get a project off the ground. And 3 years ago, I think people weren't really understanding why we wanted to build such a big, large facility. At the time, we just needed more courts. And so it was providing a need to the local community, which is basically the grassroots amateurs. And as time went on and we realized what this sport was evolving to, we said, wow, this is great. We have to scale this thing and make it for everybody from the grassroots amateurs all the way to the senior professionals. So, when we're doing that, we're looking to, find a great partner where we can actually not just open, but open and excel and create a place that doesn't exist today. And with these guys, Ken and what the APP has is no better partner.
And Ken, I want to talk about what the APP is bringing to this partnership, because I know you are so passionate about taking care of the pickleball player from the very first time they pick up the paddle all the way to when they're winning gold medals and you're getting to put them around their neck on championship court. What does it mean to have this partnership with the Fort?
It's unbelievable. I went to Brad 3 years ago with this vision of how APP really needs to have a headquarters at a wonderful venue that we could not only maybe showcase tournaments there, but APP also has been providing a platform for players to continue to develop. We've got the Next Gen initiative, the U.S. National Next Gen team. I've got a headquarters now where we are also going to have office space, but now also an unbelievable training facility at the Fort where we can start to continue to train players, whether they're your amateurs, your pros, or your touring pros that are looking for a home base.
And it's such a historic partnership for pickleball, for the sport as a whole. Brad, just how do you see this helping grow the sport?
Well, what you've done in the last couple of years is just ridiculous. But I think, players need a home. And I think, whether it's on a social side, pickleball players just like to hang out with other pickleball players. It's a little bit of a cult, and I'm okay with that. But when it comes to a professional level play, this sport's ready for a central facility where they can actually have all the tools they need, everything from recovery to proper training, proper video footage, to be able to see what they're doing every day, and then have the training that they might need to how to perform better from a social influence standpoint, things they can do to actually make more well-rounded in their career.
Awesome. Well, we are so excited to see this partnership continue to grow. So excited to bring it here to you here in Punta Gorda. Guys, thank you so much, Brad, Ken, for your time. Looking forward to talking more about this as the season goes on.
Great. Thank you.
All good.
Thank you.
Awesome announcement there between the APP and the Fort, the new HQ of the APP. We've got more pickleball action for you in just a minute, so stick around.
The Pro XR pickleball paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game, because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
Need to sell tickets for an event? From Sports Illustrated's official ticketing platform, introducing Box Office. Managed ticketing for sports, festivals, fundraisers, and more, paid or free. And we go beyond the barcode. Introducing Super Ticket. Super Tickets are secured by blockchain technology and transform into exclusive digital content, promotions, and rewards between the event and guests. Cheaper, better, simpler, more secure. Sports Illustrated Tickets. Partner with us for your next event.
We all love pickleball because it's a sport you can play with the whole family, and now the little ones can play too. Introducing the Ben Johns Junior Paddle and the Megalodon Paddle that both feature smaller grips, lightweight and durable construction, and a fun design that the kids are going to love.
The APP is sponsored by AARP, healthy and active at any age.
Those rain hats.
A break in the action here at the 2024 APP Punta Gorda Open as we get you set for our next match here on Championship Sunday. You see one of the teams getting warmed up, Millie Rain and Bobby Oshiro. We got women's doubles coming your way next. During this break in the action, though, it's a great time to bring you our AARP pickleball story. Taylor is an AARP Champions Division pro who found a way to give back to her community, playing the sport that she loves. This is AARP Pickleball Stories.
Over at the Rain Tent.
My name is Taylor, and I'm the executive director and founder of Picklemania. In 2018, I decided to go to my first pickleball tournament, and I really thought I had died and gone to heaven. So I found the sport of pickleball. I thank God every day that I found the sport of pickleball, frankly. Really was interested in combining my love of sports with my love and desire to give back to the community. So we decided that with the rest of the world getting into pickleball, maybe we should call it what it is, and that is all things pickleball. So we changed the name to Picklemania.
I want you to be real careful not to run in front of your friend here to that bucket because you might get hurt. Manage your impulse to run in front of somebody, please. Okay, let's stay safe.
Picklemania is a 501c3 that provides a social emotional learning curriculum that's based on adverse childhood experiences research. And we teach this curriculum in the under-resourced community, and we will be teaching pickleball with purpose.
I'm going to go around you and pick up my ball and go back to my spot, okay? But this is really your ball.
When we first met Taylor, we didn't know about Picklemania. And we had this vision of how do we use pickleball to help young people, and she already had invented Picklemania, and that got us so excited because that's something we wanted to do, and we just struck up an immediate partnership based on the fact that Picklemania does things that are very important to both of us.
That's another impulse thing, right? Sometimes I might get frustrated and I might want to put it down a little hard, but I've got to control my impulse there because these are nice. We don't want to hurt our paddles. We won't be able to play pickleball, right?
I like Miss Taylor because she helped me and my brother accomplish pickleball, and also she helped me think better and be a better person in my life.
Having all these different age groups and different levels in the same space is wonderful, but it's all that same culture of inclusivity. The APP has afforded me the opportunity to continue to live a dream of being maybe top 10 ranked professional athlete at 52 and above. So I just am grateful that they're willing to take the time and energy and effort to put on these events, but it means a lot to those of us out there doing it, and that's what life is all about.
What an amazing story. Thank you to Taylor for letting us tell your story and all you do in the pickleball community. We'll be back with more pickleball action after this.
No, since I've been using Leo Rubber, I've had way less problem on my AT band and hips. It has been really a game changer for me, so I highly recommend it to everyone.
That's what makes it so different. The whole idea about balanced compression, it improves your blood flow, reduces your fatigue. At the end of the day, you feel so much better.
I feel comfortable, I feel supported, I feel like I can train harder, train longer, recover faster, and feel supported while I'm playing. And that's so crucial for me, especially in singles when I'm trying to play against the youngest. I'm not the youngest out there, but I try and play against the youngest.
18 years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped, suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP. Years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped, suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
My name is Chef Jamoke Jackson. I'm here with Vlasic Pickles, and I'm putting the pickle back in pickleball. In pickleball, a chop is a slice from high to low to put a backspin on the pickleball. I'm chopping up Vlasic Pickles to make this sweet and savory chopped pickle salad. Feta cheese, Kalamata olives, olive oil, red wine vinegar, lemon juice, sugar, black pepper, toss to mix. Sweet, heat, and full of flavor.
The APP is sponsored by AARP, healthy and active at any age. PowerPlate, precision wave technology for every body. And Tervis.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP.
Nothing brings us together like Eggland's best eggs. We love the taste, always so fresh and delicious, plus superior nutrition. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best.
My goals for this year are a lot of Triple Crowns.
Paris Todd is your Triple Crown winner.
Paris Todd, it completes her Triple Crown here at the APP Newport Beach Open.
So that's winning singles, mixed doubles, and women's doubles at every event. So I've really been working hard to improve my game in all three of those areas and take home as many titles as I can.
Welcome back to the 2024 APP Punta Gorda. You're taking a live look at Paris Todd. Finished second in the APP. 17 gold medals in 2023. She's going for Triple Crowns again this year, I have a feeling. But today, she's playing in women's doubles gold medal here. Partnered up with Georgia Johnson. The two figured out they were able to play together on Tuesday. It is Sunday. So for those of you who are good at math, not a lot of prep time, but they are ready to go, taking on Bobby Oshiro and Millie Rain. In this women's doubles gold medal match, there is Georgia Johnson, Paris's partner, just 17 years old, based out of Boynton Beach, Florida. Like I mentioned, the two just finding out they were going to play women's doubles together a few days ago, and here they are, Championship Sunday with a shot at a gold. But if they want to do that, they're going to have to go through a duo that has worked very hard to be at this point. We're talking about Bobby Oshiro and Millie Rain. Bobby Oshiro there in the pink visor, 29 years old. She calls Plantation, Florida home these days, but originally from Hawaii, and she is partnered with Millie Rain. Millie Rain also basing right here out of Florida. These two won 2 silver medals together in 2023, but they're looking to upgrade that color to gold in 2024. Like you can see, Millie Rain, 25 years old, out of Boca Raton, Florida. We're getting ready to play here on Championship Court. Bobby Oshiro going to get us started with the serve. Paris missing that dink just into the net, but let's look a little closer at the 25-year-old out of Bonita Springs, Florida, former #1 USTA junior tennis player, 16 APP gold medals in 2023. And Georgia Johnson, her partner, 17 years old out of Boynton Beach, Florida. She started playing pickleball at age 7, turned pro in 2022, and in that year won 16 APP gold medals. Oshiro and Rain keeping the pressure on here in game one. And speaking of Bobby Oshiro, the 29-year-old grew up in Hawaii, played collegiate tennis at Boise State, 7 medals for her in 2023 on the APP Tour. Millie Rain going for the around the post, into the post instead, but let's look at the 25-year-old. She went pro with pickleball in 2022, won 5 medals in 2023, and look at that pump-up music. Lose control, Missy Elliott. I love it. That would get me pumped up. I'm pumped up already. Tie game here in game 1, side out 1-1. And it's going to be back on the side of Oshiro and Rain.
We talk about the familiarity between all 4 of these players, but let alone the 3, Oshiro, Rain, and Johnson, all practice and play together on a daily basis. So the 3 of them know each other very well.
I was talking with Millie Rain about that yesterday in preparation for this match, and she said, look, we all know each other very well. We're going to try and put that aside for this match, and it's going to be very competitive but friendly. Oshiro leaving that drop a little bit short. So it'll be a side out here. Opportunity for Johnson and Todd to take the lead.
A little bit of hesitation there on the middle. Honestly, if I was both teams, I would be playing that middle hard, especially against Johnson and Todd.
Great forehand there from Millie Rain, cross court for the winner.
Yeah, I agree with that kind of strategy, Chad, because it'll open things up and maybe cause a little confusion there, especially on the side of Johnson and Todd, who aren't regular partners. Oshiro and Rain know each other very well, came into the sport together as partners, kind of split up for a little while, but last year kind of started to come back together again.
They medaled together twice in 2023, 2 silvers, but they played together many more tournaments, Dom, like you're talking about. And Millie says one of the things she loves about this partnership is how supportive they are, how communicative they are, and how they always believe they've got a shot to win it.
Ooh. And
a
where the ball came on the court.
I'm surprised they didn't stop play.
We didn't even notice it until
the ball went
Todd hit that ball back in that area.
So 2-2-2. Score call on the court. Oshiro with the serve. Good recovery there, Oshiro, her signature.
Go ahead, say it, Chad. She's already there. So it's an overhead anyway.
That was a good adjustment. Even with that, though, with the ball kicking up that high and you're anticipating that it's at your waist, Oshiro just needs to stop the feet there. Walks right through that drop.
2-3-1. 2-3-1. Todd with the serve.
The wind is really picking up right now and holding things up. The wind is at the back of Oshiro and Rain right now, so Johnson and Todd hitting into the wind.
Oshiro staying aggressive there in the middle, and you guys, we talk about the frames of these two teams, right? Paris and Georgia, a little bit taller than Rain and Oshiro. Millie telling me, we recognize that, but we've got athleticism. We're going to be good. All 4 of these women, very athletic.
3-2-2.
Rain telling me she and Oshiro are going to lean into that athleticism today to try and get the gold.
Good hands right there from Johnson to keep him in it, but just too much. But you talk about that. You'd think that Paris Todd and Georgia Johnson would be if you got an overhead, I'm going to pick one of them. Nope. If there's an overhead to be put away of these women on court, I'm taking Bobby Oshiro 10 times out of 10.
100%.
Walk
Look at
us
that
through.
right there. And what she did, she just uses, she has perfect technique. And she knows, and her timing is right on pretty much everything. But watch her right here. Look at how short, sweet she is. And she just finds the right spot.
And a timeout called on the court by Johnson and Todd as Rain and Oshiro take an early 5-2 lead here in this first game. Best 2 out of 3 to 11 to decide who takes home our women's doubles gold medal here from Punta Gorda. Oshiro and Rain certainly coming off starting strong, which Millie was telling me is pretty much exactly the game plan. They want to be aggressive. They want to play big. And What do you think is the thing that has stood out as how they've gotten to get that edge early on here?
Well, right now they're using that middle ball effectively. They use the middle ball. They go back behind Johnson. She's not as strong with the backhand dink as she is with her forehand dink. So they're kind of exposing that a little bit. But the other thing is once Johnson takes that step to the left to get the backhand dink, Todd is stepping into the middle as well, so now it opens up the other outer half. So they're moving the ball around well, creating those miscommunications in the middle or hesitation, if anything.
5-2-2 the score for Oshiro's serve.
Side out.
Good aggression there, though, from Johnson to force the side out.
2-5-1. Point.
Whoa. Referee's voice cracked right there as she went to call that ball out.
It was a clear call, though.
Good deep balls there from Bobby Oshiro. Deep return. Creates that high ball from Johnson, and she just rolls it into the deep corner.
Oh, what a perfect timing for Paris Todd. She split steps right at the right time here. Watch this. Boom, on her feet, and then has that weight transferring forward as she makes contact. Textbook for Paris Todd.
Johnson with the forehand into the net, so instead of tying things up, have to give the ball back to Oshiro and Rain with an opportunity to extend this lead.
5-4-1.
Ooh, pretty speed up there. But again, we talk about Oshiro and all the things that she does well. And this, she loads on that back leg. The chest stays down. She can roll through that ball. Perfect execution.
Rain leaving that dink in, or that drop into the net, excuse me. So second serve.
6-4-2. Point.
Again, it's that middle ball. Tough ball to speed up there for Todd. The ball got a little bit deep on her. She's making contact level with the hips.
You can hear the wind picking up on championship court. And great ball there from Todd through the middle.
Almost sounds like an owl going through the 4-7-1 microphones.
Ooh, I think she got away with one there. Ball sat up a little bit longer for Todd. Almost like she was a little early on it.
That time Oshiro just missing that forehand into the net. So 5-7 the score for Georgia's serve.
Well, ball got held up in the wind right there for Oshiro, and ball's out in front of her just a little too much.
Oh, double.
That time you heard Johnson saying, or Todd, excuse me, saying no. The ball was hit, and then the next ball
No.
sailing out, and they got away with it.
Like, no, no. Georgia, stop playing those.
Great point there, though, by these two teams.
What a drop from Johnson on a ball right at her feet. She places perfectly and comes in and finishes.
Ties us up at 7-all. 7-7-2. Another look there.
Side out.
Just ran through that one there, but the point before, the biggest part of that was the spot. A little bit more to that right side of Rain. If you give her any extension on the backhand side, she's going to do a little bit more damage. Deep ball there. Todd trying to recover back to the kitchen line, but Rain puts that deeper ball about a foot behind the kitchen line that pushes Todd all the way back.
Oh, that's nasty roll right there from Paris Todd. That ball is well below the net, and she just rolls this over.
Well, Todd's like, you pushed me back, I'm going to push you back, but Rain couldn't even catch up to it.
So Oshiro and Rain doing a good job taking advantage of this service side, extend the lead to 2 here in this first game, and force Johnson and Todd to call a timeout, trailing by 2, but at a critical point with Oshiro and Rain just 2 points away from taking this first game. What do you think has made the difference here for Oshiro and Rain to, even though the score's been tied a few times, but it seems like they've had the edge here in game 1?
Well, they're playing really clean. They're staying within themselves, not doing too much. And Bobby Oshiro being aggressive at the right times here. Sometimes she'll get into funks. Both Bobby and Millie will get into funks, Oshiro and Rain, where they're making mistakes in bunches. Right now they're limiting that. They may make one mistake, but they figure it out after that. That's kind of been their MO, where one of them may go off the rails for a little bit, and you can kind of find a target. Right now they're not allowing Paris Todd and Georgia Johnson to target either one of them, and it's keeping the court wide open. But I do like the aggressiveness of Bobby Oshiro, but the controlled aggressiveness of her and her placement.
I asked Millie what the attitude is for this team coming into this gold medal match, and she said, we're not scared. Let's go. We got nothing to lose.
Oh, she missed it, but she was ready for it. That's become the signature for Oshiro. Just ducks down, whether it's the pancake or the full scorpion like that one.
And break down the nuance difference between pancake and scorpion.
Well,
for us.
the pancake's a little bit more out in front and moving in front of the body. The scorpion is you catch it a little bit later. It's more above the head.
That ball just a little bit wide. So out of the timeout, Johnson and Todd force a side out, but then don't add any points to their score. And Oshiro and Rain another chance to extend this lead.
Oh, and I think Rain changed her mind. She got a ball up, and at the last second she decided not to attack it and tries to dink it cross court, but goes well wide. Because in her head she had already made it up. She was going to punish that ball.
A better spot there for Todd. Goes a little bit tighter to that right shoulder, right armpit. You see the paddle just lay back for Oshiro.
Oh, Millie Rain getting slippery in the middle right there. She slides that through the opening. Beautifully done. But again, the key is not hitting that too hard.
Todd taking everything on that point, right into the body of Oshiro for the point.
Well, that's the quintessential term for taking the middle right there. Todd comes over and just unleashes power.
So they get one back, but a side out here, and Oshiro and Rain now up 9-8 with the ball and on first serve. Rain with it. Johnson that time just getting big, playing aggressive. And onto their second serve are Oshiro and Rain. Unlucky bounce off the net for Johnson.
But a nice shot right there from Oshiro, right at the body, center mass of Georgia Johnson, jamming her up just enough.
Game point opportunity here for Oshiro and Rain. That one, though, can't get enough under it for Millie Rain, and so it's a side out here.
8, 10, and 1.
That's some good pressure dinking from Millie Rain, pushing him onto their second serve.
Well, it's interesting. We're seeing quite a few mishits from Johnson. It's not something that we typically see.
Oshiro getting out of the way of that one, but just barely. So it's another game point opportunity. Their second for Oshiro and Rain to take game one.
Oh, nice job. Bobby Oshiro down the middle again.
Speed up forehand down the middle. Oshiro just too smooth to take game one, 11-8 with her partner Millie Rain in our women's doubles gold medal match. Take a look at that game point.
Well, we watched Bobby Oshiro do this whole game, using her pace to her advantage. And watch just the timing right there. She makes Johnson commit to the sideline. Beautifully done. We'll take a quick break. Game two coming up next.
Doesn't a beer sound like a better idea? Fat Tire.
Years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped, suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
The APP is sponsored by LS, where history meets sportswear. C&D Nets, the highest quality nets made in the USA. And Vlasic Pickles, the Big Crunch.
Paris Todd with our Gamma Never Stop Playing Rally of the Match, taking ownership there.
Yeah, stepping up, taking the middle, hitting both sides of the court. Dominant performance in that one.
Game two of our women's doubles gold medal match here at the APP Punta Gorda. Taking a live look at Paris Todd there. Millie Rain and Bobby Oshiro taking game one. Sitting now just one game away from their very first women's doubles gold medal. But in order to do that, they have to go through Todd and Johnson, a dynamic duo, to say the least. Ooh, starting out strong here in game two.
Well, Millie Rain taking charge right there, taking every one of those other than the last one off the paddle of Bobby Oshiro. Nice job by Rain. Nice little firefight to start us off. Well, that's
Get out of the way.
That's exactly what we talked about, Chad. That's exactly what Millie Rain and Bobby O'Shea are doing. They're dinking middle to Georgia Johnson and Paris Todd right now, causing some confusion.
Big step up and drive there from Rain. Todd gets it a little too far behind her. You see her mimicking that motion out in front as she walks back to the baseline.
That one just out of the reach of Georgia Johnson. Wind must have gotten a hold of it.
Yeah, the wind pushed that one down. See it drop. And just slide. That's a screwball right there.
She didn't miss any one of those last four that she hit right there. Made sure of it, did Georgia Johnson.
Pushes them onto their second serve, so Rain with it.
Ooh. So she went from the power to the finesse right there. Made it look like she was going to roll that ball heavy back to the baseline. Just creates a nice little angle.
Great movement and footwork there from Georgia Johnson, anticipating the speed up there from Millie Rain. And she goes to the two-handed backhand and finishes in the middle.
1-3-1, the score for Todd's serve. That one just flipped a little bit low.
But again, it's a tough ball with the wind behind you because that ball's going to drop so quickly.
1-3-2 for Johnson's serve. Big return from Rain.
Yeah, again, the ball's just dying on her, and it's not going to be as high as she is anticipating. It's going to be because of the wind.
It's also a new ball here to start this second game.
Better ball there going behind Oshiro. And that's kind of the difference of playing with the wind and playing into the wind. When you're playing into the wind, you can just focus on hitting through the ball and allow the wind to push it down. Once you're playing with the wind, not only do you have the adjustment of you can't hit as hard or go for as much, but now that ball's dropping quicker. But a good finish there from Georgia Johnson, split in the middle.
Ball just a bit deep, called by our line judge. Another look at it here. 2-3-1, the score for Johnson's
from
serve.
that angle. Oh, and Oshiro gets down in a good position to defend, and then it goes over her paddle because it clips the tape here.
So a tie game here in game number 2. That ball just too strong off the paddle of Rain. So it'll be Johnson and Todd with their first lead of this second game.
Just rush through the service motion there. Momentary lapse in concentration.
4-3-2 for Todd's serve. Shiro getting around it, but can't get enough on it.
The chicken wing there from Paris Todd works out in her favor. She gets jammed up. She just flips that up and over. It stayed 3 feet inside the baseline.
Good reach in there from Oshiro, right at the spot Todd couldn't get out of the way of it.
Yeah, if she gets out of the way, the ball's probably going long, but a good spot there from Oshiro, right at the right shoulder of Paris Todd.
Hesitation there from Rain. Initially, she was going to let that ball bounce, then decided to take it out of the air. Much more difficult to take a ball out of the air when your feet are moving.
That's some great patience on the last point from Paris Todd as well. I thought she was going to pull the trigger about 3 or 4 times.
4-5-2.
Rain that time. Big forehand winner right at the feet of Johnson. Ties us up at 5-all.
5-5-2.
Around the post from Paris Todd. Well shaped off the paddle of Oshiro, but call Rain the recovery queen for most of that point.
I was going to say, talk about a scramble. Switching sides, getting balls back somehow while you're on the run. A good finish there from Todd around the post.
Everyone got jammed up at least once on that point. Hit perfect resets. Oh, there was the better ball there from Todd on the little backhand speed up. Georgia Johnson gets what she wants.
5-5-2.
Rain standing too tall there. Knows that as soon as it comes off the paddle, no lift at all.
5-2.
Back to back.
Timeout receivers.
And a timeout called on the court as Millie Rain and Bobby Oshiro. 1 minute to think about this. Trailing by 2. We'll be right back with more action from the women's doubles gold medal match in Punta Gorda.
"18 years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped. Suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
Welcome back. Game 2 of our women's doubles mixed double gold medal match. Game 1 went to those two, Millie Rain and Bobby Oshiro, but it is these two, Todd and Johnson, up 7-5 here in Game 2. You guys, what has made the difference for Todd and Johnson here in Game 2?
Well, they're figuring out that Rain and Oshiro are going middle a little more, and so what they're doing is they're covering that spot and then reacting from there. Then again, that little nasty two-handed flick from Paris Todd. We see the attacks in the middle from Rain and Oshiro. You have Georgia Johnson covering right there. Beautifully done, and they take a 2-point lead here in game number 2.
Paris Todd with the ball. Chance to extend that lead for herself and her partner. Todd now calling Florida home, but originally from Newport, California. Made for a really special moment in 2023 when she won the Triple Crown there.
Excellent defense there from Georgia Johnson.
Pure scramble mode. Just get it back up and over.
Give yourself another opportunity, and that's what Johnson did. Gives themselves a 3-point lead here in game 2. Johnson reaching over, trying to get that, and immediately pulling the paddle back as if that could have been Paris's ball.
It could have been, but I like the move from Johnson. If she can get her body in position, she's about a half step behind it. If she can jump in front of that, it's a much better ball. It's a sneakier ball for her to attack.
Instead, it's a side out here. Rain and Oshiro chance to cut this lead down, and they do.
Good move there from Millie Rain. Again, getting that ball down below the net. Todd trying to do a little too much with that speed up. That's not the right spot, though, on Paris Todd.
No, and she telegraphed that like no other. She set that up, knew both did Johnson and Todd that she was going to speed that up in the middle. Talk about telegraphing it, meaning that you're letting your opponent know that you're going to get where you're going to go with that before you even hit it.
Because the telegraph is slow.
Right. Exactly.
And it takes a while, to get the message through.
But correct. You have to explain that to everybody.
I know, and I was helping you explain.
Right.
Well, it's, telegraph. It's a call to the past here. It's been a minute since we've had to use telegraphs.
I mean, if you ask most kids now, most 20-year-olds now, they don't know how to actually use the rotary dial.
They don't know what dial-up is.
Ooh, Oshiro on the attack.
Turning my back and running. See
Get
Bobby
out the
Oshiro
way.
winding up for an overhead like this.
6-8-1.
Yeah.
That's just gas. Oh, great carve backhand there from Millie Rain. Puts Georgia Johnson on her heels just enough, and don't look now. Here comes Oshiro and Rain back into their second game.
Opportunity to tie things up here. And they do.
Yes.
Oshiro, big two-handed backhand cross court for the winner.
But it's the control and the shape from Oshiro here. Gets that crossbody on Todd because Todd's going to be sitting heavy backhand. I want to see a couple of really big serves from Oshiro right here. We know that she can do it. We've seen it before. She's created issues from it. It was a big serve. Tougher return there from Todd.
Does a good job getting that to drop in bounds, and Rain struggling with the big return. Onto her serve.
Nice counter there from Paris Todd, getting Millie Rain through the transition area.
So they tie things up, but have to give the ball back to Johnson and Todd. Todd with the serve. Great spot there by Georgia Johnson.
Difference is the off pace. She doesn't really hit it 100%. She takes a little off it, gets some downward angle to it. Great ball by Georgia Johnson.
A lot of pop up on that dink from Rain, and then Todd took control of the point.
Almost identical balls there. One for Johnson, one for Todd. It was the dead dink coming back. The ball just popped up, sat right there, gave them plenty of opportunity to not only speed up, but to pick the spot that they wanted to speed up at.
So it's a 10-8 lead here for Paris Todd and Georgia Johnson in game number 2. 10-8, they lead. They've got the ball and opportunity to put away game 2 right here. Let's take another look at exactly what you're talking about, Chad.
So that ball just pops up a little too high. Smart choice from Todd right there, not to take it out of the air, but to let it come back up so she can use that time effectively.
So if you're Oshiro and Rain out of this timeout, what do you need to do to get the ball back on your side?
Well, get back in control, get the ball to the middle of the court. That's what you've been successful at, is finding that middle, maybe just a little hesitation from either Johnson or Todd. And got to get this serve back, obviously. But they have 2 serves to get it done.
Good adjustment
Better
there
spot
from Rain.
Yeah, better spot there from Rain. Johnson caught moving.
So they defend one game point. Can they defend another? Johnson with the serve that could win them the game.
Ooh, great volley there on the two-handed backhand from Bobby Oshiro. Puts a ton of pressure on Paris Todd all the way back at the baseline.
And as importantly, gives them a shot to get back in this game. Oh, the shape by Oshiro, just waiting for that ball, deciding what she wanted to do with it, and look at this.
Well,
puts it away.
Never comes up here for Georgia Johnson. Just stayed down, went under her paddle.
That time Johnson getting on top of that one.
She was leaving no doubt right there, even though that ball might have sailed long. She was going to play that.
If it is within my overhead reach, I shall get it.
Big point here for Oshiro and Rain.
Oh, that is big there from Rain. Good cross-court thinking there. Took the time away.
And just like that, tied at 10-all, 10-10-2 for Rain serve in this best 2 out of 3. Game to 11, win by 2.
Oh.
Good
Awesome.
leave there by both Rain and Oshiro.
Johnson was all over it, but she tried to hit it 100 miles an hour.
And so now it's a championship point opportunity for Millie Rain and Bobby Oshiro. Can they get it done? Look at how she does it. Bobby Oshiro, two-hand backhand, cross-court for the championship point. Millie Rain, Bobby Oshiro have done it. Started 2024 with the gold medal.
That is a great start for Oshiro and Rain. They take out the 1 seed yesterday, the 2 seed today to take their first gold medal here on the APP Tour. Congratulations, Oshiro and Rain.
We'll hear from the gold medalists when we come back to Punta Gorda.
Doesn't a beer sound like a better idea? Fat tire.
From tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped, suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
The APP is sponsored by LS, where history meets sportswear. C&D Nets, the highest quality nets made in the USA. And Vlasic Pickles, the Big Crunch.
Back in Punta Gorda, it is Millie Rain and Bobby Oshiro coming out on top. And here's championship point for you, Chad.
Yeah, perfect drop here from Rain. Gets a little help from the net. That ball gets behind Todd. And Oshiro's there to finish it. But an excellent showing from them. Power, control, middle ball, angles. They had it all for their first gold in women's doubles in 2024. AJ McCord is courtside.
Welcome down to championship court, a fantastic women's doubles gold medal match here at the 2024 APP Punta Gorda Open, and the crowd remaining strong here in Florida. Give it up for these two teams. An awesome job by all four of these women. We're going to get to our gold medalists here in just a second. But first, Georgia, Paris, I want to talk to you guys because the story of how you came to play here, pretty recent one. You found out just a few days ago you were playing together. But Georgia, you said you were so excited about having a chance to play with Paris here on the APP Tour. What is it about your dynamic that made it possible for you to get to Championship Sunday?
Just, kind of picking each other up every time we make a mistake and, continuing to play our game style and encouraging each other. And, it was really fun. I'm glad I was able to play.
A lot of fun to watch both of you in Paris walking away from the first tournament of 2024 with a silver medal here in women's doubles. I know you always want to have it be gold, but to walk away with a silver, just how does this set you up for the rest of the year?
Yeah, no, I'm just grateful that Georgia came out to play last minute with me. It's always fun sharing the court with her. And yeah, no, congrats to Millie and Bobby. They played great today. The wind obviously wasn't in any of our favors, but they played it better than we did, so congrats to them.
Congratulations, Paris Todd, Georgia Johnson, your silver medalist here at the 2024 APP Punta Gorda Open. Now let's turn our attention to these gold medalists here. Bobby Oshiro, Millie Rain, you guys grinded all of last year, made it to a few championship Sundays, but that gold medal was always elusive. How did you change that in 2024, Millie?
We just kind of kept going. I mean, we've been playing together for a couple years now, every here and there tournament, a couple a year, and just the confidence in each other. It doesn't matter who's across the court to us. I mean, Georgia and Paris in a championship Sunday is tough, and they played really well. But I tried not to think about who it was on the other side of the court. But yeah, Bobby's great.
Bobby, you certainly are great. We've seen that on display many times on the APP Tour. But today I want to talk about the dynamic with you and Millie, because it really was like you came in here with nothing to lose and all the confidence that you could walk away with the gold medal. What kind of work did you put into the offseason to bring that confidence to today?
I think it's just, the same thing. I feel like we've been working hard. We've been putting in the work. We came prepared. And when Millie yells at me to step it up, I step it up. So that's how comfortable we are with each other. And, kudos to Paris and Georgia. There will be, and they will always continue to be a tough team moving forward.
Starting off 2024 with a gold, Millie, how good does it feel?
It feels great. I mean, I came into this tournament like it's the first tournament of the year, can only go up from here. But I don't know about that anymore. We'll see. Hopefully we can keep it consistent.
Love to see it. Congratulations, Bobby Oshiro and Millie Rain, your women's doubles gold medalists here at the 2024 APP Punta Gorda Open.
Well, great start to the year for Bobby Oshiro and Millie Rain. Finally getting over that hump, Chad. They made it to a couple championship Sundays last year in 2023. They start off the year in the championship Sunday, and they start off on top. Very impressive by them.
Like you said, they couldn't just they couldn't quite put it all together last year. They showed flashes of what we saw today, but the big part, I think, right there, the speed ups and the control from Oshiro, a couple of balls splitting the middle, and then Rain was able to kind of insert her power there as well, but I was more impressed with the dinking, pushing the balls in the middle, opening up the outsides, and then really moving Todd and Johnson around.
Well, great job by Millie and Bobby. Oshiro and Rain are golden here at the 2024 APP Punta Gorda Open. We'll be back right after these messages.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the
Sebring here with Vlasic Pickles, and we're putting the pickle in pickleball. In pickleball, the term pickled is when you don't score any points in a game. This grilled Vlasic pickle recipe will score you all the points. Slice them in half long ways. Skewer your pickles, put those babies on the grill. Now we're gonna make our ranch. Roll in crushed potato chips. Winner's grilled pickles.
Now, since I've been using Leo Rubber, I've had way less problem on my AT band and hips. It's been really a game changer for me, so I highly recommend it to everyone.
That's what makes it so different. The whole idea about balanced compression, it improves your blood flow, reduces your fatigue. At the end of the day, you feel so much better.
I feel comfortable, I feel supported, I feel that I can train harder, train longer, recover faster, and feel supported while I'm playing. And that's so crucial for me, especially in singles when I'm trying to play against the youngest. I'm not the youngest out there, but I try and play against the youngest.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious. With better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best.
The Pro XR pickleball paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game, because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
"18 years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend When he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance, knees will be slapped, suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
The APP is sponsored by Sports Illustrated, exclusive ticketing partner of the APP Tour. Eggland's Best, better taste, better nutrition, better eggs. And Punta Gorda Tourism. Visit pureflorida.com.
Nothing brings us together like Eggland's Best Eggs. We love the taste, always so fresh and delicious, plus superior nutrition. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best.
Years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped, suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
Nunnery Diescu, a team that's played together, won together this season.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. The big man puts it away. The men with the Midas touch. Diescu and Nunnery take the gold.
Gold medalists here are Andre Diescu and Rob Nunnery.
Outstanding performance by Andre Diescu and Rob Nunnery.
And wouldn't you know it, in 2024, Rob Nunnery, Andre Diescu find themselves exactly where they spent most of 2023 on championship court on Championship Sunday in the men's doubles gold medal match. 8 gold medals as a team. These two won in 2023, but today in a position they have not found themselves in before. Rob Nunnery coming into this match a little bit injured. We're going to talk about that, but first, let's get you set for the matchup itself. Will Howells and CJ Klinger, the 6th seed, coming all the way through to punch their ticket to Championship Sunday. This duo has put the rest of the bracket, the rest of the field on notice. They may be new, but they got it. What it takes.
No, Howells and Klinger looked really good, and they have looked good throughout the draw right now. Going up against the 2 seed in the semifinal, 11-9, 13-11, took care of business. I like the combination. Will Howells, very boisterous, jumps out, wants to play fast. Klinger, that kind of steady rock next to him, keeping balls in plays, and then turning it on when he needs to.
There's a look at them there. CJ Klinger, one of the younger pros we have here on the APP Tour, but someone you guys know very well.
Known him for quite some time, before he could even tie his shoelaces, really. But, no, CJ Klinger, probably one of the most reserved and quiet players you will ever meet.
Until the other day.
But when he, it's kind of like you don't expect something to come out of his mouth, and when it does, it's hilarious. Or, he's like chirping a little bit. And it's good to see. Like, he's coming out of his shell. He's gained the confidence, and definitely an exciting player.
Playing with Will Howells, 24 years old, played his tennis at Notre Dame. Diascu Nunnery, top of your screen, Nunnery on the right, Diascu in the middle. Let's talk a little bit about Andre Diascu, the big man, 35 years old, out of Palm Beach Gardens, Florida, but originally from Romania. Played his collegiate tennis at Oklahoma, led the APP in total and gold medals in 2023, and he's going to have a big task today. His partner, Rob Nunnery, 39 years old, played collegiate tennis at UNC Asheville, won 9 APP gold medals in 2023, but today, playing hindered. We're going to get into that right knee injury that's been bothering him for a few days now. CJ Klinger finishing that point, though, with some authority. 18 years old, out of Columbus, Ohio. Started playing pickleball, like you said, before he could tie his shoes practically, Chad. But 12 years old, 3 gold medals in 2023 on the APP Tour.
No.
Great get by Howells in the middle of that point to keep him in it. The 24-year-old out of Boca Raton, Florida, but he grew up in Richmond, Virginia, played his collegiate tennis at Notre Dame, and your fun fact, he's been an Eagle Scout since 13 years old.
But Chad wants to hit on the fun fact and guilty pleasure of Rob Nunnery. Below deck is his guilty pleasure.
Let's talk about Rob Nunnery. Unfortunately, if only we were talking about the lightheartedness of his guilty pleasure, but an injury plaguing Nunnery as you see Diascu come over, try to help out his partner as much as he can. But Nunnery, with a massive brace on his right knee, suffered an injury in mixed doubles a few days ago. I believe it was Friday, right? Friday. And so he's been dealing with it the entire week. I talked with him just before this match, and said he's waking up with it feeling worse than it was yesterday, and he was certainly in a lot of pain yesterday as he and Andre fought their way to this championship Sunday.
Oh.
Howells and Klinger up 2-0 here early in game one.
0-2-2. Light up.
So it's Howells and Klinger up 2-0-1 here in game one.
Yeah, it's tough right there. Nunnery not able to get up to the kitchen line. Diascu trying to come over, literally covering a full court.
So Howells and Klinger working their way into an early lead here in this first game. Up 4-0 on Diascu.
It's good control right there from Howells and not trying to do too much right there. Grinding it out cross court with Diascu. Nice speed up right there from CJ Klinger right at the body of Andre Diascu.
Howells and Klinger with some momentum here in game one. Klinger with the serve. That time Howells going cross court out of the reach of Diascu's paddle. He pinched middle, couldn't get back to cover the sideline.
Yeah, and the hands from CJ Klinger right there. That's his strength.
And Diascu that time backhand into the net, and Andre having to cover a lot of the court. Rob hitting a lot of these shots and oftentimes just even lifting that right leg up.
Well, the difficulty here too is, Diascu's trying to cover 99% of the court.
Right.
So you can't establish those feet and get into a position of consistency, which normally he takes a lot of court anyway, but he's within the reach. Now, all of a sudden, you're fully extended on the forehand side. It's tough to get fully extended on the backhand side.
Nunnery with the serve here, trying to get themselves back into this first game. Klinger cross court. This time the two on the other side of the net, unashamedly going at Nunnery, but great defense, and then finished there by Diascu and Nunnery.
I'll just hit your paddle, maybe it'll go over, and that's exactly what happened right there with Nunnery, and dropped in.
1-7-1, Nunnery with the serve. That punch from Diascu out of bounds. So on to their second serve.
Yeah, good setup there from Nunnery. Heavy top spin drive. Diascu stepped up for the shake and bake, just overhit it.
Oftentimes we talk familiarity with doubles, duos, right? And Andre and Rob, certainly two of the players who know each other's game incredibly well, but Diascu referenced it yesterday. He said when Rob has an injury like this, it's like learning his limits all over again, right? They have to adjust to what Rob's capacity is right now, which is very different than how they played in 2023.
Such a good ball right there. CJ Klinger finding the middle, and as that ball going through the middle, you watch Rob step back and kind of land on that right foot, and it's just so tender.
8-1-1, Howells with the serve.
And so talking to him and discussing what's going on his toes is where it hurts the most. It's when he's on his heel, he doesn't feel as much pain, but when he rolls it to the toe is when he's feeling the most pain.
Hard when that's supposed to be your ready position, right?
Correct. He's like, getting on the balls of my feet is tough right now.
But they're fighting, Diascu and Nunnery. Trailing 1-8 here in game one. And that time Howells getting big, going right at the feet of Diascu.
That's the ball that's wide here. As soon as Nunnery puts pressure on that right leg, not able to do anything with the ball.
Quick punch there from CJ Klinger and forcing the side out. Eight one one, Klinger with the serve.
Great spot there from CJ Klinger again, just getting that ball down at the shin.
Klinger and Howells just keeping that momentum going. 9-1-1, the score for Klinger's serve. That ball sailing wide, and Klinger and Howells with an opportunity here to take game one. 10-1-1 for CJ Klinger. And the dink left just short from Diascu, and so it's an 11-1 win for CJ Klinger and Will Howells. A clearly hindered Rob Nunnery, impacting the play of him and his partner Andre Diascu, but still in it, still trying to fight through it. So it's CJ Klinger, Will Howells take game one of our men's doubles gold medal match at the APP Punta Gorda Open.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the
Corey Sebring here with Vlasic Pickles, and we're putting the pickle in pickleball. In pickleball, the term pickled is when you don't score any points in a game. This grilled Vlasic pickle recipe will score you all the points. Slice them in half long ways. Here are your pickles. Put those babies on the grill. Now we're gonna make our ranch. Roll in crushed potato chips. Winner's grilled pickles.
So right there, Will Howes and CJ Klinger take game one 11-1, and then after that, in between games, Rob Nunnery and Andre Daescu calling it enough right now. Rob Nunnery has gotten worse every day with this injury to his knee. So he is done, and this match is over. We're going to toss it courtside. So we're going to take a break, and when we return, we will interview our gold and silver medalists right after this.
No, since I've been using Leo Rubber, I've had way less problem on my AT band and hips. It has been really a game changer for me, so I highly recommend it to everyone.
That's what makes it so different. The whole idea about balanced compression, it improves your blood flow, reduces your fatigue. At the end of the day, you feel so much better.
I feel comfortable. I feel supported. I feel like I can train harder, train longer, recover faster, and feel supported while I'm playing. And that's so crucial for me, especially in singles when I'm trying to play against the youngest. I'm not the youngest out there, but I try and play against the youngest.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious. With better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best.
The Pro XR pickleball paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game, because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
Welcome back to the 2024 APP Punta Gorda Open men's doubles gold medal match just wrapping up, and we're going to get to our gold medalists here in just a minute. But first, Andre, Rob, I know this is a heartbreaking way for you guys to start 2024. We had so much fun watching you guys in 2023. Rob, first walk us through just the injury and how you had to fight to even make it onto the court today.
Yeah, it happened, I think, in the semis of mixed on Friday night, which we were here late. And then, honestly, we went out yesterday, first match. We didn't have very high expectations just because I couldn't move well. Got through the day, which was, a big win. Got here, but the knee just kept getting progressively worse on the weekend. And today's by far the worst it's felt. But we wanted to give it a go in game one. Obviously, wasn't able to move enough and play well enough. And big props to CJ and Will on the gold, guys. Great day yesterday, and congrats. Yeah.
Rob, wishing you a very speedy recovery, hopefully back here on Championship Sunday. Andre, I know that's certainly your hope as well. What is it about this guy that you guys just thrive playing together in men's doubles?
Well, I think yesterday showed what is it about this guy. You know, we're far from being 100%, and we're able to pull through those matches, and his knee was getting progressively worse, and he kept trying, and yeah, just to be able to walk away with silver here is a huge success for us, and we don't want to take any credit away from these guys. You know, they made a great run. They've been playing very well the whole weekend, and congratulations on the gold medal.
Congratulations to our silver medalists at the APP Punta Gorda Open, Rob Nunnery, Andre Diascu. And now let's turn our attention to our gold medalists, Will Howells, CJ Klinger. I know you would have liked to battle it out against the best of the best here in men's doubles on the APP Tour, but you just heard them reference what it took for you even to get here today, battling through all day yesterday. CJ, what is it about this partnership that you guys thrived so quickly?
Yeah, Will's such a good player, so good on the left side to be the aggressor, and he's just so consistent and so competitive that he just keeps me locked in.
So fun to watch you guys yesterday. Will, I know this is the first tournament of 2024. How much does it just kickstart things for you to walk away with the gold?
Yeah, it means a lot. Playing with CJ has been awesome. Hate for it to end this way. I've played these guys many times, and it's always a great battle. But yeah, playing with CJ has been great. It's awesome.
It's been a lot of fun to watch you guys here in men's doubles. Looking forward to more action, but walking away with a gold to start 2024. Let's give it up for CJ Klinger and Will Howell, your men's doubles gold medalists here at the APP Punta Gorda Open.
So CJ Klinger and Will Howells are your gold medalists here in Punta Gorda. Great job by them. I know it's not the way they wanted to win this gold medal, but hey, they earned it to just be here. And unfortunately, Rob Nunnery, that knee just not getting any better, progressively getting worse over the weekend.
Well, we've seen Will Howells through 2023 and how he's progressively gotten better. Same with CJ Klinger. So this was going to be a tough battle, even with a healthy Nunnery, for Diascu and Nunnery in this one. But congratulations to CJ Klinger and Will Howells, first gold medal of 2024. Let's check out all of our gold medalists from here in Punta Gorda. Chris Hayworth, first gold medal.
I mean, look at this screen alone. Chris Hayworth, first gold medal. Yates Johnson, his first gold medal in mixed doubles. Bobby Oshiro and Millie Rain, first gold medal for them. CJ Klinger does have a gold medal last year, but Will Howells his first gold medal. Absolutely incredible. This is exactly what we had talked about all of 2023, about the new faces starting to make their way through, and that's exactly what you're seeing right here on this list with all these new gold medalists. Absolutely amazing, and can't wait for the rest of the season.
It really sets the stage for what we can expect in 2024, right? It really sets us up to understand that these are some of the best players, and the veterans are going to have to earn their spot on that podium, because these ones who have decided to pursue pickleball professionally and seriously, they're coming.
Well, it goes with any professional sport, right? You can never rest on your laurels. You always have to keep developing. And like we talked about, Riley DeHart's trying to develop a new two-handed backhand roll down the line. Never seen that from him before. But everybody's getting better. Everybody's progressing. Everybody's working harder because now they have the opportunity to train, to have coaching, to be able to do more than what we had in the past. And we're just going to see the level rise so fast going here on out.
Yeah, that's exactly what you saw this weekend. So many new faces on Championship Sunday. Some old faces too, but new faces taking gold medals. So impressive. Love to see it. Love to see the new youth generation in pickleball.
Great to be back with both of you to start 2024 off strong. So much fun here at the 2024 APP Punta Gorda Open. We had veterans, we had new faces, we had rain, we had sunshine. I mean, we had it all to start 2024. What else could you ask for? Yuta Castillo getting her gold medal to start the campaign of 2024. One of those new faces. So if you think you know the APP, watch out, because we got a whole lot more coming this year, including Chris Hayworth. We got Megan Fudge, the veterans, the newbies. They're all going for that gold. For myself, Dominic Catalano, Chad Edwards, thank you so much for joining us for the Punta Gorda Open. We'll be back later on in 2024. Have a great rest of your weekend. Goodbye from Florida.